So, thank you for joining. So, Spirit, what does the collective need to know? Welcome in. Thank you for joining. So I feel like the Spirit wants to talk about a collective clearing of energy, because this Chantress Sheba song is about clearing energy and removing blockages, and they had me play this song specifically. And what I feel like Spirit wants the collective to know is that clearing energy can look like a lot of different things. The first thing is that they need your cooperation in order to give them permission to clear your energy. So, whatever area you're having issues with, whether it's detaching from a relationship or just getting out of depression or feeling stuck, I feel like Spirit is saying pay attention to your dreams, because if certain people are coming up in your dreams, that is their way of purging them out of your energy. Another way is sometimes, like if it's relationships, sometimes people have to circle back into your life in order for you to clear that energy. And, as much as people talk about cord cuttings and things like that, I know I've done cord cuttings and I'll get a reading and the person is still sitting in my energy. And if you have a soul contract with someone, and 9 times out of 10, if you have dealt with someone, you have a soul contract with them. I'll actually say 10 times out of 10. There's something that you were intended to learn from that person and the relationship. And so sometimes spirit will allow people to come back into your life in order to close that cycle, clear that energy. Because I'm going to speak for myself, and I know that I'm not the only one, but I know that there are a lot of times when people will leave your life, or you will think that you have disconnected, but you didn't really make a solid break. So when I say that, I'm saying maybe you didn't block the person, or maybe you didn't block the person from your phone and social media. It was just one of the two. Um, if you are constantly thinking about the person, if you're constantly thinking about what went wrong, what went well, if you're thinking more about what went well, and like basically, the more you think about the person, the more you're drawing them back in. Thank you for the follow, Cranberry. The more you think about the person, the more you're drawing them back in. It's just like manifestation. And so sometimes we need to just not only be able to detach from the outcome of things, but we also need to ask spirit to help us with our repetitive thoughts. And so when you have these recurring thoughts, a lot of times what will happen is we can convince ourselves that this is someone that we need to bring back into our life, or stay connected to, or give another chance, or we should reach out to this person, and just to check on them, or you know um, maybe the person reacted to one of your posts on social media, and so that prompts you to reach out to them and see how they're doing and all of that. um like I said, the whatever you focus on, you can reprogram your mind to basically convince yourself that that's a good idea, or this person is somebody that you're destined to be with. And, collective messages can also create an environment in our head where something will resonate, and we'll think that, oh, well, that's my sign that I should be with this person, or should get back with this person. And that's not always the case. Thank you for the likes. And I feel like Spirit is saying that we need, instead of being obsessed with other people, we need to be obsessed with ourselves. Thank you for the share. And that doesn't mean like being so self-centered or so self-serving that you're affecting other people. It just means that you are focused on yourself, focused on getting to know who you are, focused on understanding your value and your worth. And so we're, a lot of times we neglect ourselves and put other people before ourselves and before our own needs. And just by virtue of being distracted by thoughts of this person, or distracted by thoughts of the good things in the relationship, like I said, because when you focus on what was good, 9 times out of 10, you're going to convince yourself that that was a good relationship and completely ignore the fact that there was 85 to 90% horrific, and you're focused on the 5% that was good, and that's not adequate. In the when it comes to relationships, I feel like the balance in a relationship, it like the good aspects of the relationship, the healthy healing aspects of the relationship should tip the scale in the good area, versus the bad in that case. um Balance can mean many different things, but when it comes to relationships, it should be way more peaceful than it is chaotic. There should be way more adult, emotionally available, and balanced conversations than there is arguing and strife. And a lot of times, if you really think about the times that you had arguments with people, 9 times out of 10, it was probably during times when you were having some type of internal battle. Maybe you were struggling with something you were dealing with at work, or you had an argument with your best friend, or you found out that some other friend betrayed you in some way. And so, or you could be having a struggle with your children, or you could be having um, to deal with narcissistic parents. There are a lot of different things that can affect our mood and our energy. And so I had a very narcissistic mother, and she passed away last year. And she has been trying to apologize and plead her case since she passed. And most recently, like, I know that the music is very significant to my life, and people speak to me through music, especially from the spirit realm. And she was speaking to me through different music. So I was watching somebody's live, and like a Whitney Houston song came up, and my mother used to wear that album out when I was a child. And then an Anita Baker song came up, and my mother used to wear that album out when I was a child. And my mother knows that I struggled with her passing mainly because I have so many good memories of when I was a child. She gave me elaborate birthday parties, elaborate Christmases. She, spent time with me regardless of what that looked like. She really wasn't spending time with me. It was more like watching TV together, but like that was her way of spending time with me. She, like, our relationship wasn't like, you know over the moon, great. But when I was younger, she had more of a vested interest in setting a solid foundation for me. And so um she was sending me these songs because they're connected to my childhood and happy memories of me and her. However, there was a time when I was an adult that I bought her Anita Baker concert tickets for Mother's Day. And this lady was so hateful that she came to the concert with me and sat there looking angry with her arms crossed the whole time, like she didn't want to be there, like she was forced to be there, like she hated the music. And I realized what she was doing by sending me the songs because I was getting emotional. Because after she sent me those two songs, then the next song up was that Monica song, I didn't mean to cause you no pain. And I was crying. I was like, wait a minute. Yes, the fuck you did mean to cause me pain. You were evil as hell on purpose with intention. And so that's what I mean about relationships and not allowing the relationship to be 90% like that, where people are fucking with your head, fucking with your emotions, keeping you further away from connecting with your higher self, connecting with your purpose, connecting with who you are, connecting to your confidence in who you are, connecting to trusting who you are. My parents had the ability to throw off my whole nervous system because you're intricately connected to your parents that actually physically gave birth to you. You've had many other past lifetimes with these same energies, maybe in different capacities, but you had lifetimes with them. And so energetically, not only are they triggering your energy and your emotions from this lifetime, they're also triggering past lifetimes. And most times, energy doesn't change that much. I mean, somebody has to do a significant amount of work for multiple lifetimes for energy to really change. And so, if this person was like that in this lifetime, 9 times out of 10, they were just like that in other lifetimes. And so, like I said, you're remembering them energetically from what they have done to you in this lifetime and in past lifetimes. And when people mess with your head, create confusion, have you questioning if you're a bad person or not, having you questioning your worth and value, having you question what it is that you deserve and don't deserve, that is someone who energetically knows who you are, knows your potential, knows the abundance that's attached to you, living in your highest timeline. And so, energetically, sometimes they don't even know why they're being so hateful. Because there was a time in my life where I didn't realize how much damage my mother was doing to me mentally and emotionally. Because even though I had great memories of her when I was growing up, when I was young, I also have the memories of her screaming at me and telling me to call my father and ask him for money. And then in turn, he would take out his frustration with her asking for money on me. Instead of saying, sweetie, I'll give your mom a call later. and talk to her about it, he would like give me, it would be like the unawkward silence and shit like that. So I don't think that at that moment my father was really intending to do that to me per se, but he was so pissed that my mom was even asking him for anything that he just totally ignored the fact that he was talking to me. And so when you have experiences like that, it creates a situation where even though I wasn't asking for the money for myself, it was still me asking for the money. So as I got older, I was always afraid to ask people for help, especially if it involved money. And I also, it put me in a position where I didn't feel worthy of being taken care of in that way, or I would feel uncomfortable when someone would go above and beyond to bless me or treat me well or do something really nice. And so when you develop that kind of mindset based on the things that happened in your childhood, you accept bullshit from romantic relationships, especially because you don't like subconsciously, you don't think that you are worthy of someone spoiling you or taking you out to nice places or just treating you well. Like I, based on like that issue I had with my dad around money and things like that, I was constantly encountering men who would be like, I'm tired of spending money on women. I'm not doing this, and that unless I know I'm getting this, and that. Like, I'm only taking you on 2 to 3 dates before you have to start paying for dates, or you gonna have to give up some ass and all, like, just craziness. And I was encountering the same energy over and over and over again. And it was connected to how I felt about a man and asking for money or being cared for financially or have nice things done for me, because by me just having to ask my father for money and him treating me like I had asked him to damn walk from California to New York, I was operating more in my masculine. It was hard for me to receive as a woman. And I never articulated, oh, I don't need a man for anything, but that was the energy I was given because I was working multiple jobs and always trying to make sure my kids were cared for and all these other things. And it was extremely hard for me to receive. Happy Sunday. And so, those are some things, and a lot of times we don't always think about the things that happen in childhood, and we tend to focus on the good things about our childhood. But in order to heal those aspects of ourselves, we really have to deal with those incidents that really messed us up mentally and emotionally. Thank you for the light. And one of the biggest barriers to us closing certain cycles regarding our inner children is staying connected to parents. And you know, because society frowns upon, like, if you don't take care of your ailing or elderly parent, that something is wrong with you, you trifling and all this other stuff. But what they don't take into account is that maybe you did try to help this person, or you attempted to take care of this person and they didn't want you to help, or every time you help they were sitting there complaining and cussing you out. And I'm not talking about somebody with dementia or something mental going on that causes them to act out. I'm talking about perfectly sane, rational people that every time you go around them, you have to go get in your car and cry on the way home because they done said something crazy to you. We are not required to cater to people. I don't care if it's your parents, grandparents, or whoever. We're not required to cater to people that abuse us. I don't care who it is. Because if you affect my energy every time I come around you, and I have to go home and heal for a whole week after in any type of interaction with this person, I need to stop going around those people. If my mental and emotional well-being is not safe around certain people, I have to disconnect, no matter who it is. I don't care if it's adult children. I don't care if it's your parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles. And our family will do it to us too. I can't believe she just don't take care of her mama like that. I can't believe she just left other people to care for her mother. And I can't believe I don't know what's wrong with these kids these days. They just want to think about themselves and they don't want to, help out their people. You're not required to do shit. When I decided to bring my children into this world, I also was saying to the divine that I'm going to make sure I take care of these children. So my kids don't owe me shit for being a parent. How do I look like assuming and requiring that my children care for me as an older person just by virtue of the fact that I gave birth to them and cared for them as they were growing up? That's what the fuck I have to do. That's why they have child protective services. That's why they have different laws and rules and regulations and all that shit. In certain states, if your child doesn't go to school, your ass is going to jail for truancy. So I don't care how much money I spent on my kids. I don't care how much time I spent. I don't care how much gas I spent carrying my kids around to different extracurricular activities and whatever. That was my duty as they were growing up and when they couldn't take care of themselves. But if as an adult they start acting crazy and toxic and yelling at me and cussing me out and all kinds of things, I have no further obligation. So now I don't know who you are talking about send me $40. But you about to be blocked. That's crazy. So yeah, when you are, and that is what I was talking, like I was talking to someone else the other day on live, very powerful healer who I was doing a reading on, and she's gifted in helping people heal the tears in their aura. So whenever you go through a trauma, there's a tear in your aura that needs to be healed throughout your lifetime. So the first trauma is being birthed into this world. It's like they were explaining to me that the first tear occurs when your soul enters the vessel. And then the second tear occurs when you're actually birthed through childbirth. And then any other traumas and hard times that transpire throughout your life create other tears. And these need to be healed and sealed up. And so if we're so focused on giving our energy away to other people and putting other people first to our detriment, financially, physically, mentally, emotionally, those tears are just staying open. And what happens when wounds don't grow a scab and start to heal? It leaves your body open to like outside elements. Excuse me. And it leaves you open to infection and all of those things. And when a wound does not heal properly, it festers. It can leave a scar. And so those tears in your aura need to be addressed because that is a part of your energy. And so when it's just like having tears in like a water bottle. When your energy is leaking out through these tears, you're slowly depleting yourself. Like, so there's no way to put water back into the water bottle because it's just constantly leaking and constantly leaking. So it's very hard, or it's basically impossible for the water bottle to ever be full, let alone overflowing. So if you're constantly leaking energy in these areas that have caused you pain, it's like reliving the pain over and over and over again until those tears are closed and healed. And so that's what I'm talking about, is like when people begin to heal a certain aspect of their aura and then they go back around the person that helps create the tear. So it's like you start to heal, the tear grows a scab on it. So, we're making progress. And then you go around the person who created the trauma and they just rip the scab off. So now you basically have to start all over again. And sometimes, if you handle the person coming back around well, then you can continue to heal. It won't necessarily rip the scab off. So, like, for instance, if there's somebody who you've been allowing to circle back multiple times, and when they circle back that last time, instead of allowing them to stay long enough to rip the scab off, you cut it off at the first red flag. And you like, okay, nothing has changed since the last time I dealt with you. I'm out. So the more you start to choose yourself and the quicker you can do it, the faster you heal. And when you is and so it's basically like a balloon. So, like, if you have a mylar balloon and you have tears in the balloon, of course, the air is going to leak out and it's going to sink instead of, the mylar holding the helium and it elevating or ascending. So, it's like you are this mylar balloon with tears in it that's leaking helium. But every time you heal a tear, the helium leaks out a little bit slower. So it may not be on the ground, but it may be kind of hovering. It's not totally on the ground. But every time you seal the tear, the helium stays in there and it starts to float more. And then the more you keep putting helium in it, keep putting helium in it, every time you close a tear, the helium leaks just a little bit slower, so it's able to go higher. And so that's basically what happens. The more you heal, the more you're able to elevate. The closer you get to integrating with your higher self, the higher your consciousness gets. And so when you start getting into like that kind of ascension and elevation, now we're talking about having an awakening, like a kundalini awakening, that basically the energy shoots up through your chakras and out your crown chakra and opens your crown chakra on the top of your head like a lotus flower. And so when it's open, you now have a direct, clear channel between you and the divine. You know, there's always going to be a little bit of a veil to not have you exposed to like all of the information and all of the divine and all, you can't, your human vessel can't handle what your energy can handle when it's in spirit completely. So while you're in a vessel, that's basically what the vessel is doing. The vessel is slowing the energy down so that you're not overwhelmed by like information and downloads and hearing voices and seeing energy and people that have passed on and all of those things. So like our physical vessel helps to manage that. Because it would just be so distracting. You wouldn't be able to function. It would be, you would be constantly living in like another dimension. And so you would say things and people would not even know what the hell you were talking about. Cause you could be, and that's why, like when I see people with mental health issues and they're talking about stuff, I'm like, I always kind of keep an open ear, like an open-minded ear, because I'm like, they're probably pulling a lot of information from other dimensions. And there actually might be a channel message in there. Because a lot of times people are reading future energy. And so until the thing actually happens, the person is going to sound like a Looney Tune. But it could be some real talk in that. Thank you for joining. It's because the frequency of the planet is speeding up at such a rapid pace. It's going to be very important for us to stay grounded. And talk to the divine about how to manage the energies and the changes in frequencies. Because it's going to be like cleansing of you and the planet. So like rain is part of cleansing. The menstrual cycle is how they help to cleanse women. Ascension symptoms like headaches. even nausea and getting sick and stuff like that. And Spirit is saying you should rejoice in having ascension symptoms because it means that you are on, you are going to be on the positive side of the frequency change. So the people who are not ascending are going to be the most affected, and they're not going to be like, their vessel isn't going to be able to like withstand the frequency of the planet at some point. So like the divine can't take the planet from 0 to 100. They have to take it in increments. And so every time we have like a major transit in the cosmos, that's when they're like inching us up. Because our vessels, if they took us too quickly, it would be like us be in a rocket ship, and our vessels would have a hard time handling that. Now, some of us had an awakening in a damn rocket ship. I know I did. Straight up rocket ship. Alright, so Spirit, what else does a collective need to know? I'm hearing hyperbaric pressure changes. So I feel like that there's going to be a lot of changes in the air. I know hyperbaric air helps you to breathe and it helps you to heal as well. Let me just check. So hyperbaric oxygen therapy. I didn't mean to do that. So hyperbaric oxygen therapy involves breathing 100% pure oxygen in a pressurized chamber, raising blood oxygen levels to treat wounds, infections, and air embolism. So I feel like Spirit is saying our atmosphere is going to be like being in a hyperbaric chamber. And so it's going to be like people living way longer. Because when your atmosphere is in a constant state of healing, that means that people are going to be living much, much longer than the average. So it says the high pressure allows oxygen to dissolve directly into blood plasma. bypassing red blood cells to deliver high oxygen concentrations to damaged tissues. It promotes healing and new red blood vessel growth. It boosts white blood cell effectiveness against bacteria, decreases swelling. And so I feel like they're talking about how Earth is going to be reverting back to its original specifications, including like how the Earth was itself. So like I know there are places in the world right now, and of course we have global warming and all that, but there are places that were like barren that are now becoming green. We have places where like ice is melting at a rapid rate, and so it's changing the earth in those areas. And so there's definitely going to be a lot of shifts. And I almost feel like they're talking about the continents are going to be shifting. And, because everything was connected at one point. And so if it's going back to the specifications, then you know, how the continent was basically like one piece is how it's going to be returning to. Let me to put her out right quick. Come on, mama. Oh, I'm sorry for a little while. Go potty. 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 So that's pretty deep. Because really, nobody is supposed to own any of the land. The land belongs to the divine. And when they take, because I've been talking about how, and this is for entertainment purposes, but I've been talking about how the original beings who helped establish the planet, like the beings from Atlantis and ancient Egypt or Kemet, those are the beings that have reincarnated in order to help to restore the planet. And so of course this isn't going to happen in like a very short period of time. And so that's why I feel like there are going to be certain energies that that are going to be living much longer because of like the hyperbaric atmosphere and the oxygenation levels. And it's 444 on my clock. So those beings are going to be living a lot longer in order to be able to do the most extensive work to help restore the planet. You said I've always been drawn to Egypt, but definitely lived there in Lemuria. Okay, yeah, for sure. I know that I'm connected to Lemuria because there was a book that I was drawn to when my awakening was starting, and it was a book on Lemurian crystals. And so actually it was a book talking about how there was someone in history who like deposited different crystals in different places in the planet. And one of the locations, it was interesting. Before I even read the book, I had gone to one of the locations on vacation because one of the locations was a cenote in Mexico. And I went to a cenote in like the Cancun, Mexico area for my 40th birthday. And so when I read the book, it kind of tripped me out because I'm like, I went to that place. Like, this is crazy. So, like, there are energies who can activate these places. And so, if you're drawn to like Egypt or you're drawn to travel different places in the world, it's because your energy is able to activate these crystals. And so, one of the crystals deposited was Lemurian crystals. And we have crystals in our body. And so what they're saying is that going to these places, not only are you activating the crystals in the places where you go, but your crystals are being activated in your body. And so I don't think that's for everybody though. I think that's really just for star seeds. Yeah, I feel like they're making a distinction that star seeds have crystals within their body. And that would make sense, especially when we're talking about Lemurian crystals. And so I think that what Spirit is saying is that when the original beings came from these different planets, they had crystals encoded in them. And when they came to the planet Earth, they were able to like energetically transfer the crystals from themselves into the planet. That's deep. And so basically, as a star seed, once you have deposited your crystals into this planet, that's what reconnects you to the planet. Like when you incarnate and then you activate your crystal, and then I think you activate your own crystal. Is that what y'all are saying? So they're saying, yes, you activate your own crystal, and then your crystal connects to the crystal in that place in the planet that you deposited. So I really feel like you don't have to go there, but I think by virtue of going there, it just like opens you up even quicker. But also too, every time these crystals are activated, it then that begins the process of returning the planet to its original specifications, because these crystals, when activated, they start communicating with each other. And so that's what I'm saying, that the different continents will be like moving back to becoming one, because when these crystals start talking to themselves, talking to each other, and then they're like pulling on each other, and like it's basically like the way they're showing me is like um a network, like a computer network, um under the surface of the earth. And so this computer network, like all these different programs and I don't know the computer terminology, but all of these different operating systems start coming alive and talking to each other. I feel like that helicopter is confirmation. And so I feel like Spirit is talking about the real power grid of the planet. So just like how if you look at the pyramids in Giza from up above, it kind of looks like a computer motherboard. So that's like I think that would be considered the hard drive. I'm not totally sure about the terminology, but I feel like that would be considered like the hard drive of the computer, and then like we would be considered the software. It's something like that. Like something like that. Thank you for the heart puff. Hey Diamond, how are you doing? So and so that's why it's so important for all of the star seeds to activate their crystals, because when you activate your crystals, you then allow communication between you and the divine that comes down into the earth and just keeps cycling. I'm good. So this baby back in. Almost forgot she was out here. Oh my goodness. Spirit, what else does a collective need to know? And Spirit is talking about the fact that there's also different things that you have done in your life to to help remind you of who you are. So, like for instance, um, when I went to college, the motto, I guess that's what you call it, the motto for the school was in truth and service. And so I'm very connected to, well, first of all, I'm a Taurus, which rules the throat chakra. And so I'm always supposed to be using my voice. I'm always supposed to be speaking the truth because I know that my voice is very healing as well. So, like, when I speak over people, like, it really does heal the person. And so that's why I have to be careful about like speaking negatively over people. And I don't normally speak negatively over people, but if somebody pisses me off, you're going to get cussed out, whether it's to your face or in my car on the way home. You getting cussed the fuck out. And so I have to be careful about the different things that I say. So I might call you 15,000 motherfuckers and hoes and bitches. But I'm not going to speak things over somebody like, I wish they would blah, 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 blah. I wish this would happen to this person. I wish da, 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 da. No, hell no. That is nothing but spell work. And if you are a very powerful healer and um your throat chakra is very powerful, you have to be very careful because just as much as you can heal people, if you use that power in the negative, or I'm not going to say negative, but in the opposite way, like for very dark reasons, you have a very powerful influence over those people's lives. And that's why being a star seed and having a very high calling and specific purpose is very, very sacred. And it is not to be played with. And it is very powerful. And so the divine has bestowed upon you this energy and these gifts to be, because you are an entrusted being. You operate at the highest levels of integrity in whatever you do. And so if I'm ever cussing somebody out and I feel like I'm going a little bit too far, I'll be like, okay, y'all check me. If that was bad, I cancel that. Take that back. Because I am extremely powerful and people can very powerfully feel my energy. And so if I'm in a negative state, or if even if I just look at somebody with disdain in my eyes, if I'm mean mugging people and cussing them out in my head when they're talking to me, that's not a good energy to be in, because that shit you got to be careful with. And so, like I said, the person will be MF bitches, hoes, fuck boy, and all that shit, but it won't be me wishing harm on anybody. Because somebody once told me that they wish I got hit by an 18-wheeler to my face. And I already know that my spirit team is still mollywopping that ass. Because this person that I'm talking about is also a very powerful spiritual being. The person just doesn't know it because they deal with so much trauma, and they have so many childhood issues that they haven't dealt with, that they can't focus on their healing. And so that's a very dangerous place to be, because when you're that powerful and you don't know it, and you don't know yourself, you don't know what your gifts are, you don't know your power or strength, you don't know your spiritual rank, and you're just like on autopilot living through your darkness, that's some serious shit. So at this point, like, you don't even really know what you're doing or how powerful it is of what you're doing, because you don't know who you are. And that's another reason why it's very important to know who you are, so that you can hold yourself accountable. I've talked to very powerful spiritual beings who are operating powerfully in their gifts. And I would be like, let's do a reading. Let's explore who you are, because I know you're a very high ranking spiritual being. And a person will be like, nah, I don't even want to know. Why? Because you don't want to be held accountable to the bullshit. That's why. You want to keep doing what you're doing, spell work, getting paid for spell work, doing crazy stuff to people. Because you want to when you transition, you want to be able to say, I didn't know. Cut me a break. I ain't know. And it doesn't work like that. Because when you're a very powerful spiritual being, when you are somebody who you can actually see into the spirit realm and literally look at and converse with passed on people, spirit guides, people's higher selves, you need to know who you are from a spiritual perspective. You need to know what your power is and all that stuff. You need to know your rank. You need to know your soul contract. You need to know your assignment from the Galactic Council. And this is for entertainment purposes only. Because when you are on assignment from the Galactic Council, because you are a star seed, that is way separate from your soul contract. You have a soul contract, and then you have a contract with the Galactic Council. Specifically because you need to agree that you are not going to use these very powerful supernatural gifts for ill intentions. And that's what I mean. That's what distinguishes starseeds from other energies, because these other energies just have soul contracts. They don't have this galactic council assignment slash contract. And so when I see very powerful spiritual beings who are operating powerfully in their gifts and they don't want to know who they are from a spiritual standpoint, I already know that you want some bullshit and you trying to be out here doing destiny swaps and damn stops and blocks and you know, stopping people's money or attempting to. Hi Mills, how you doing? So yeah, basically you out here doing too much. Also too, so what spirit is saying is that some people think that they're like think more highly of themselves than they should, and so sometimes they don't want to know who they are because they don't want to find out that they're not as high ranking as they think they are. And a lot of times when people don't, when people don't want to know, like because of that, it's because they know deep down, they know that they are not the reincarnated goddess or deity that they think they are. Because I'm very connected to Tahuti, and I there was this guy that was purporting to be the reincarnation of Tahuti. And when I asked my higher self, this was when someone else was doing a reading for me. I asked her to ask my higher self if that person was Tahuti. And my higher self was like, you must be bored as hell asking us that damn question. I was like, what? So be very careful when people are purporting to be a reincarnated ancient deity or something like that, because like we all every so the the Trinity is Isis, Ra, and then Source. And so I get, the Jesus story and all that stuff. I'm not going to get into that right this minute. But I'm just telling you that's the original Israel. That this place, I'm not going to get into that because TikTok will have me damn flagged like hell. But I'm just going to leave it at that. So so basically Isis is the feminine representation of Source and Ra is the masculine representation of Source. So basically it's just like Adam and Eve basically. So every feminine energy is being filtered through Isis. Every masculine energy is being filtered through Ra. So to say that you're the reincarnation of Isis, like, I mean, that's a little. I mean, yeah, everybody, technically, every female, born female on this planet is a descendant. So, like, people just have to be careful about who they're claiming to be. And I'm not going to put it out there who I know I am, because I know that my spirit team is going to orchestrate how that information is disseminated. Um, but I did an energy reading with a scryer, and that basically means my energy projects onto a piece of paper, and the person who is gifted with the sight of a scryer is able to look at, she puts this charcoal on a piece of paper, so she's able to look at the piece of paper with the charcoal on it, and trace how my energy presents on the paper. And I have the recording on my YouTube. So energy doesn't lie. My energy speaks for itself. But people will, and that's why I'm saying people don't want to know exactly who they are, because they think more highly of themselves than they should. So yeah. But there are ancient deities walking this planet, because I've met a couple of them. Because I reads Akashic Records. I definitely read Akashic Records. Because I ran up on Anubis's energy. I ran up on Tefnut's energy. So, and these people are so oblivious. I even ran up on Osiris energy. Oblivious. So just be careful out here in these streets. Be safe. And I will say that, if you got downloads that you are somebody major in history, or you're connected to someone major in history, then, I would encourage you to explore that idea. But that's something that has to be downloaded. So, like, when I was going through my awakening, I was getting downloads about who I am. I've been getting downloads since I was like maybe between 8 and 11. But I would dismiss it. I'd be like, nah, that's not it. Like, I just made that up. And meanwhile, the whole time, my spirit team, my higher self, they kept whispering to me, this is who you are. And I'd be like, mm-mm. And then I started getting downloads, major downloads about ancient Egypt and who I am. And so when I was working with a mentor, I would ask her to verify my downloads. And she was like, yep, that's who you are. Yes, absolutely. So there's a lot of us walking around out here that don't want to accept who we are. And that, I'm going to tell you, that is like the single thing that happened to me that gave me the confidence to step into my power. Because knowing who I am, I can navigate life from a totally different perspective, from a higher perspective. Because knowing who I am, I know I can detach from romantic relationships when necessary, because I know that that person tremendously benefited from being with me and would have benefited tremendously by being with me in the future. And so that that thought alone, on top of all the work that I have done on myself, because the thing is that if I knew who I was from a spiritual perspective, but I was still a fucked up individual, I really couldn't say that, because I would be like this, like shady ass person in relationships. And if I knew that I was just like argumentative and being ungrateful and unappreciative and um just causing a lot of chaos in the relationship, um forcing this person to be subject to my trust issues and my abandonment issues and all these other things. Like, if I'm operating like that in a relationship, then I have to take accountability and have to take responsibility for my portion of the demise of the relationship. But now that I have healed a lot of things and my emotional state is way more balanced than it was before, my nervous system is much calmer than it was before. I can be in, relationship with somebody and just be chill. Like, I'm going to speak my truth. And so there's a difference between speaking your truth and like just nagging, complaining, and being negative Nancy the whole relationship. If there's something that I'm doing that the person doesn't like, I want them to have that conversation with me so that I can say whether I want to make an adjustment or not. Because if it's one of my non negotiables, then I don't need to be with this person. But if it's a reasonable request, then of course, like, I'm going to make adjustments. And as long as it's not changing who I am as a person, like, I can, if something I say or do on a regular basis that I just have a habit of doing bothers the person, then I'm gonna stop. Like, they're like, if they're like, you have a tendency to ask me blah 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 blah, and it kind of aggravates me. Can you stop doing that? And so out of respect for that person, I need to stop fucking doing it. And apologizing for it over and over again and not changing anything is not a genuine apology. Because when you are genuinely apologetic and you care about the mental and emotional well-being of the person you're with, and you care about the fact that they know that you love them by your actions and how you treat them and how you interact with them, that takes some healing though. But now that I'm at that point, like, when I was married, throw that whole fucking relationship away. because I was mouthy. I would embarrass my ex-husband in front of his friends, arguing with him, talking shit to him. Like some of the stuff that would come out of my mouth that we would have arguments about in front of other people. Some of the shit I used to say, it probably shouldn't even been said behind closed doors, let alone in front of people. So I'm not even gonna sit here and hold y'all and act like I didn't have to go through relationships like that to learn how to shut the fuck up on some real shit. Now, of course, I didn't learn how to shut the fuck up fast enough to save the marriage, but you can best believe once we were divorced, I worked on myself night and day, nonstop, because I didn't like myself. When you don't like yourself, that's a fucked up place to be, because if you don't have anybody else, you have yourself. I did not like being by myself with my thoughts. I was a very angry individual. And so, like, there were a lot of things wrong with my personality at that time. And I had to work diligently for over a decade to work that shit out of me, because growing up with a narcissistic parent, I had taken on those traits just by virtue of being raised by this woman. So the way that I would yell at my kids, or get frustrated with them, and or whatever, it was like I was living out my mother's life all over again. And so not only did I want to eventually have a happy, healthy relationship, but I also wanted to have a good relationship with my children. If my children don't want to have a relationship with me, I don't want it to be me that's the cause of that. They have free will. They can do whatever they want to. They're not required to be in a relationship with me. They're not required to love me or like me. But I would like to have a happy, healthy, endearing, compassionate, trust filled, total transparency with each other type of relationship, especially now that they're adults. And so I knew that if I continued to operate like that, I would literally just turn into my mother. And I was like, I would look at her as like a 60 and 70-year-old woman who was living so far in the damn past that she was literally stuck in the past. Like, she really wasn't living at all in the present. Because first of all, my mother never got over the divorce with my father. So that's part of the reason why she couldn't stand me. Because I look like him, and I act like his family, and I sound like his family. And so she just, would take all of that shit out on me. And I, in turn, was taking my anger out on my children, my ex-husband, the people closest to me. And it's just not right. Because my children don't deserve to see that type of behavior. they don't deserve to be treated any way other than with complete dignity and respect. And one thing I had a hard time doing was acknowledging their emotions. Because like I grew up with parents who like they don't apologize to children, and they don't like acknowledge that children are actually little human beings with emotions and feelings. So it was just like, is this is my thought about it. This is my way or the highway. Like how they felt about anything was not really considered, because that's how I grew up. And I realize now that that was a huge mistake on my part, because as long as they can talk, I mean, you know, kids will cry before they can talk if you hurt their feelings or something like that, or there's something that they want. But when they can talk and articulate and tell you how they feel about it, now, of course, because of their age and immaturity, they may be yelling and screaming about it, even cussing or doing something crazy, especially with like teenage hormones and all that stuff. But for the most part, we need to be acknowledging and validating our children's feelings and emotions. You know, even though you have to do certain things to protect them as a parent, you can still have a discussion about, well, tell me how you feel about it. And then I'll explain to you why I have to do it this way. You know, like there's nothing wrong with explaining things and having a conversation, because it also teaches them problem solving. Because 9 times out of 10, you're talking to somebody who doesn't have enough life experiences to think about things from your perspective. So you could be telling them why you have to do it in a certain way, and then it clicks for them like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But when you don't explain to them, and you don't validate their feelings, and you don't include them in certain decision making, they don't know why you did what you did. And as a child, thinking as a child, they're going to concoct a story in their head about, my mom doesn't like me because of XYZ, and she just doesn't want me to have fun, and da, 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 da. They're going to come up with a whole storyline of why you did such and such. And then that's just going to keep building and building and building. I'm not saying that you have to spend your whole parenthood explaining every little thing to your children, but I think that it's worth it to explain certain things to them. Because I know my mother would have very inappropriate adult conversations with me, but she would also explain certain things to me. So, like, she would be talking to me about how my father cheated and all this other shit. That has nothing to do with me, ma'am. That was y'all's relationship. Allow me to have a relationship with him separate from whatever y'all had going on. That's not fair to me. Because not only did I find out that half of the shit at best my mother was saying was even true, but even if it was true or there was some truth to it, it would be so twisted and distorted and concocted for, you know, her purposes. And so, one thing that I gave to all three of my children is, you need to know your father. for who he is, not based on how I perceive him, not based on how our relationship went, not based on anything other than how you and him relate. And in the beginning and for a long time when my kids were growing up, it was to my detriment because my ex and his mother would talk shit about me in front of my kids and tell them that I was this and that, and then it would be like subtle shit but shit that would have an impact. For instance, like my ex mother-in-law bought my daughter some clothes for this Spain trip she was going on for the school. And it basically was like, these shorts are too short because she has to wear shorts that adhere to the school dress code when in Spain. And so she says, she looks at me with an evil eye and then turns to my daughter and says to her, next time tell your mother she can buy your clothes. So you're displaying direct disrespect to me in front of my children, to my children. So looking at you as their grandmother, as a person they look up to and look to for guidance on how to navigate life and treat people, they're watching you blatantly disrespect me over some shit that's like, why would you, your granddaughter is only like 11 or 12, but she has body. She has a grown woman shape. Why would you want your granddaughter to be in booty shorts in another country? So it's stuff like that that people do, but I wanted my children to see these people exactly for who they are. And I did not discuss with them anything negative that me and their father experienced. My daughter is 23 years old. And we're just now starting to have conversations about certain things. And she's like, wow, that makes so much sense. She was like, I know that you could not have made up that timeline of events in the 5-10 minutes we've been talking. She was like, it makes so much sense now. Because when you only get one side of the story, or 1/3 or 1/4 of the story, because their father knew that I was not the type of person that would have those inappropriate discussions with my children. And so he took full advantage of that and created his own narrative because he knew that I would never tell them what really happened. At least not as children. But if you ask me something when you an adult, that's different. Because now you an adult and you're asking me. I'm not forcing the information on you. So that story time was for somebody. Because, when you have one parent that's hateful as hell and poisoning the children mentally and emotionally against the other parent, the karma. Because the parent-child relationship is one of the most important relationships next to like the husband and wife. So, like, the family structure goes, the two spouses have to put themselves and their relationship first, and then comes their relationship with their children. And so you mean to tell me that even because you were so jealous that I was actually a good parent, you would try to find any little thing that you could pinpoint and pick apart to make me look like a bad parent because you feel like you weren't a good parent. And I mean, the opposition was so like astronomical. I started to internalize all of that, and I started feeling like I really was a bad parent. I couldn't see any of the good that I did. And because I felt like a bad parent, I felt like I didn't deserve anything good in this life because of that. Because I looked at my responsibility as a parent as one of the highest callings that I have. And so for somebody to try to like circumvent me as a parent, take all of the like special moments away from me and my daughter, and just try to destroy me and destroy my character, and constantly trying to put a wedge between me and my children. And I was not, doing anything horrendous to my children. Did I yell? Yes. Like, can I count on one hand how many times I spanked all three of my children? Yes. But other than that, I was not a bad parent. But I had convinced myself, based on how I was being treated by my children's grandparents, or like the two grandmothers, and how my children would react to me, and how strained our relationship was because of all of these dynamics. Because the thing is, I'm out here just trying to be a parent. I'm not going to feed my child fast food 7 days a week. But as soon as I would say no to my son, he would go ballistic. But I didn't have the support of his father to intervene and say, you need to stop treating your mother disrespectfully. What I had was, why are you bullying the kids? Or like, what's wrong with him getting some Wendy's? Because my son has grown up into a wonderfully handsome young man. He plays football for college. He's built all that shit. But when he was with me and eating crazy because of my mother, despite me not wanting to give them fast food so much, he had little boy boobs and was a little chunk. Little cheese, just slightly chunk. And like, that's not me fat shaming, because I never said anything to him about his body or my daughter's body or anything like that, because it really affected me to my core when my father would say little whack shit about my weight. But aside from that, like, I raised my children to be healthy individuals and health conscious individuals. My daughter is 23 and she goes to the gym and she eats healthy. Like, of course they're going to eat out every now and then, but for the most part, like, she sent me a picture of like those, eating those little peppers, those little, like the sweet peppers, raw. Like, Ma, you remember feeding us this when we were little? I'm like, yeah, I love the fact that you still eat like that. She was like, yeah, I remember you used to make our lunch super healthy and stuff. She was like, it would be good too. And I was a vegetarian when I had my youngest son. And so I breastfed him for almost 2 years. And then after that, he was only eating vegetarian foods. So as soon as he hit kindergarten, he wanted to get him some pepperoni pizza. And the first day of school, my daughter came home and was like, Mommy, he ate some pepperoni pizza. And he was almost in tears. He was like, I thought it was chicken on it. I mean, still, he hadn't eaten any meat. But I was just like, fuck it. So, regardless of whether it was chicken or pork, he had not ever eaten meat. And I was trying to like pack them lunch and stuff like that so I could, at least for the most part, keep them as healthy as possible because I knew they were going to try to buy us stuff at school. Um, but like those are all things that like parents really have to cooperate with each other, and especially if the woman has custody of the children, she needs the emotional support of the non-custodial parent, because that's how the kids pit the parents against each other and take sides. And she's the tyrant because she's asking us to clean up behind ourselves and do our own laundry, but grandma's sneaking and doing the laundry for us so we don't have to do it. And then my dad is talking about why she bullying us. So if anybody out there that I'm talking to is going through something similar, just try not to crash out, because the more you do stuff like that, the more the people can be like, see how she acting? We knew she was like that. So, it was painful at times because I really had to hold my mule when I wanted to blast off. So, but by doing that and by creating as little strife as possible, because my ex-husband always wants to fuck with me, always wants to try to gaslight me into doing something crazy in front of my kids and other people to make me look crazy. So the more he would push, the more I would just back away. I would take an L for the team. Cause I'd be like, okay, motherfucker, you may think you won the battle, but I'm gonna win this war. I promise you. So, you can celebrate your little minor victories, but my children are gonna get older one day and they're going to actually get to know me and get to know me in comparison to how they have seen you in action. And the tables are going to turn. So have no fear. And it's 5:43 on my clock. Okay. The tables will turn in a major way. Because one thing about me, I'm going to stay consistent. You don't really have to guess about me. Now, when I went through my awakening, I didn't even know who I was at that time. So, whatever happened during that time period, I'm not even, I can't be accountable for because I was in another dimension. Okay. But, and what I'm saying is I didn't do anything wild. I was going off on people. I was like, you da 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 da, you da 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 da, you da da da, letting it rip. I cut everybody off. The friend group got cut off. The family got cut off for a time period, and then even when I reintegrated to a degree, it was only certain people, and those certain people I only had to integrate with to finish closing a cycle with. And so, no. Not only do I love being in my own energy, not only do I love taking myself out on dates and on trips, but I can finally say that I don't have any regrets about my past because I understand what the assignment was now. I realized that everything was in divine order and divine timing based on how I set my life up before I incarnated. If you get that thought down in your spirit, let it sizzle in your spirit and let it reprogram your mind, there will be so much load will be lifted off of you, because one of the reasons why I was angry and frustrated and popping off on people on a regular basis is because I was grieving my past. I had a lot of guilt and regret and grief about the decisions I made as I was growing up, the people I chose to be in relationship with, the people I chose to have children with, having a child as a teenager, having one of them A word procedures, where they terminate. I don't know how much I can say on TikTok. So I had a tremendous amount of regret. I regretted the path that I took in school because I felt like it didn't pay enough. So I owed school debt, plus I wasn't getting paid enough to make ends meet with a master's degree. So there were so many things that I was constantly going over in my head, and society will do that to you as well. Like, well, if you hadn't had a baby as a teenager, you could have done this, this, and this. Mind your business. No, the fuck I couldn't have, because it was destined for everything to happen how it was supposed to happen, because everything that I've experienced has helped me to remember who I am. Everything I've experienced has allowed me to have the true human experience so that I can relate to people, and that when I start speaking my truth, it's more relatable. Like, nobody really wants to be taught by anyone who hasn't really gone through anything. It's not genuine, it's not authentic. Because how can you speak to the emotions and all the things that come along with what people are going through if you never went through it? Cause like I was having a conversation with somebody the other day, and I was like trying to use generalities. And then once I was like giving my testimony, then I was able to like really connect with the person. Cause I could say, oh yeah, like I've had that experience. So this, and this happened. This is what you got to do. This is the steps that I took. And it's coming from someone who has a track record of proven success in the area of knowing who I am, absolutely loving myself, forgiving myself, trusting myself, having childlike faith in the divine. Because I have done the healing work. I'm not saying that everything is complete, but I have done enough healing work to be able to sit in a position of being a spiritual guide or teacher. If I hadn't done the work, I wouldn't be as tapped in as I am right now. I, as powerful as I am, as much as I know who I am, I was still having to take repeated tests just a few months ago. I had to finally close the cycle and complete the final test with someone just a damn month ago. So I'm not sitting here like speaking from a place of me being better than anyone, or me being higher and mightier than anyone, or me not having gone through the experiences of other people. There's no judgment here, because I would say, you know, aside from like committing crimes and stuff like that, I've probably experienced 90% of what other people have experienced at some point in my life. From SA to domestic violence to all kinds of shit. So, no shade, no judgment. And like I said, I was giving somebody way too many chances because I know that he and I are connected energetically. And we had the potential to be a divine union. But I have to do my part and he has to do his part. If he's not doing his part, it's my responsibility to cut that shit off. And that's when we make the mistake. Oh, this is my twin flame. This is my divine life partner. I remember him from a past lifetime. Okay, I've had like 5 different encounters like that. But if you're not going to do the healing work, if you're not going to present to me what it is that I need from a relationship, I'm out. I choose me first. I pick me. So if you want to call me a pick me, call me a fucking pick me, because I pick me. And I now can detach from a situation knowing that I was a good person. I was honest. I was trustworthy. I was loyal. And not loyal to the point where I don't set boundaries. But like if I'm exclusively dealing with one person and that's the agreement that we're exclusively dealing with each other, then I'm not dealing with anybody else. 9 times out of 10, even if I'm actively dating, I'm still only gonna focus on one person for the most part. So like I can walk away and I can detach from situations because I know that I like wasn't talking crazy to the person. I wasn't emasculating the person. I wasn't embarrassing the person. I wasn't projecting my pain on the person. I wasn't accusing them of cheating. I wasn't accusing them of, you know, whatever. But what happens is we go into these relationships with all of this bullshit. And when we act out in the relationship and the person is acting out and we just trauma bonding and going back and forth doing dumb shit, that's when we have a tendency to let the person circle back because we're like, we sit there and like, damn, I was pretty fucked up in that situation. Yeah, I was on some bullshit. So, since I was on some bullshit and this person was on some bullshit, then maybe we should give it another go. Or if we don't like ourselves enough that we feel like we can find another person that's better. Or, um if we're honest with ourselves and we know that we got a fucked up personality and we feel like we don't have the personality to really truly maintain a relationship, and because of this person's trauma, they put up with our trauma, and we think that we're not going to find anybody else that's going to put up with our trauma instead of being single and working on it alone. Like, why would you want somebody to put up with your trauma? Why would you want to put up with somebody else's trauma? I mean, we all gonna have stuff that we have to deal with, with ourselves and with other people in relationships. But my gift to my partner is bringing them minimal amounts of things that I need to continuously work on. Like I should have done so much work and he should have done so much work that when we get together, we heal each other in areas that maybe we weren't able to get all the work done. So where I am lacking, he's healed in that area. And where he's lacking, I'm healed in that area. And so when our energies start joining and intertwining and our hearts start syncing with each other, then we can simultaneously heal each other. But if only one person has been doing all the healing work and you're interacting with another person, they don't have anything to give you but pain. It's like you're pushing out healing, they're pushing pain to you. You're pushing out healing, they're pushing pain to you. And pain will fill you up, but it won't fill you up in the way that you need to be filled up. You need to be filled up with emotional stability, good mental health, non-judgmental love where you're not walking on eggshells feeling like you got to be somebody else for this person. Because when you're being depleted. When they're projecting pain and you're projecting healing, you're being depleted of the healing that you did. So you filled up your own cup with healing, and they're steadily depleting it and siphoning your healed energy and like putting pain back into you. So it's basically like how they're showing it to me. It's like getting a blood transfusion with bad blood. So you mean to tell me I'm letting this blood out, and then you want to put you're cycling bad blood into me? That's crazy. Or like diseased blood. That's wild. And so like they're using the example of um pure love versus tainted love. And so when somebody didn't grow up around pure hearted love, and the only example of a relationship they have is like their parents' toxic relationship, then that has to be worked on. What else is the collective need to know? And one thing Spirit wants me to talk about is having true faith in the divine. So it's not about saying, oh, I have faith that the divine is going to provide my needs, and then going out and like trying to rob somebody. Like how is it that you have faith in the divine to provide your needs, but you're trying to take from other people? That doesn't compute. Because what you're really saying is you just giving the divine lip service of you having faith, but what you're really doing is you're trying to take matters into your own hands. And yes, faith without works is dead, but that doesn't mean doing something to harm other people. That means doing something to enhance yourself. So instead of doing something to enhance yourself, you just think that it's acceptable to take from others, and you're still going to get what you expect the divine to give you. I don't know how that works. You can have true expectation when you know that you're not intentionally trying to harm people. As human beings living this human life, you may say something that hurts somebody's feelings, especially if you're speaking your truth. You may say something that triggers someone, you may say something that hurts somebody's feelings. There's a whole lot of things that can happen. You might even fuck around and say something to piss somebody off. And you have to deal with that. Because we all have our moments. And so, but the intention should never be like, what can I do to harm this person? What can I do to make this person's life miserable? Like that should never be the intention. If you piss somebody off because you spoke your truth, oh well. I mean, we all have to be mindful of like how we conduct ourselves in the workplace and things like that. But when it comes to your personal relationships, if you're just simply speaking your truth and somebody interprets that as being like argumentative or something like that, we don't see eye to eye then. Because if I'm speaking to you calmly and I'm just articulating my feelings about a situation, or if I'm articulating exactly what I want and you're not giving it to me, that's not me arguing with you. I'm just simply speaking my truth. And that is the most authentic thing that I could do in a relationship, because so many people have issues with communicating. And so one minute you think that you're in a happy go lucky relationship, and the next minute the person is ghosting you, and you like, yo, I thought we were in love. What the fuck just happened? And it's because the person doesn't know how to articulate their feelings and emotions, doesn't know how to stand up for themselves. And every time you would do something that upset them or pissed them off, or you said something that they didn't like, they would just internalize it and hold it in the name of being non confrontational. I'd rather you be confrontational in a pro social healthy way than hold all of it in, harbor resentment against me, secretly hate me, secretly wishing evil upon me every time we have a conversation, constantly evil eyeing me every time we interact. Speak your truth, put it out there. Because I'm the type of person that what somebody says to me might sting a little bit, but I'm going to sit with it and I'm going to say, is what this person said a true observation? Number one. If it's a true observation, is it worthy of this person coming to me about it? Because there's a difference between trying to be vindictive and trying to bring light to something. So if what you're talking about doesn't help me or enhance me or help me to heal, you know, that, like, what are we doing? If what you're bringing up is some kind of like Jedi mind trick to make me feel guilty about my past, or some type of Jedi mind, oh, hold on. Some type of, Jedi mind trick to make me upset. I hate when people play games on these damn TikTok streets. But so yeah. And you like, people should be able to talk to you calmly without calling you out your name, without attacking your character. You can have a conversation with somebody about like, hey, in the future, can you do this, and that? Like, there's a difference between saying, hey, in the future, can you do this, and that? Or, Like, why didn't you do this? Like, this is what you're supposed to do. Like, why wasn't it done? There's a difference. There's a a different way that I presented the information, a different tone, different body language. And also too, you have to look at like the track record of the person who you're talking to. So if that person has a track record of being respectful, of being mindful of your feelings, of apologizing when necessary, and meaning it, like meaning they don't continue to do it. And if the person is just like an above board person consistently, why would you think that that person is trying to intentionally harm you? That's where mental health comes in. Because if this person is normally complimentary, like genuine compliments, encouraging, genuinely encouraging, has never said anything like, disrespectful to you, you're acting like a 2-year-old now when someone has to ask you to do something that you neglected to do because you're thinking from a 2-year-old's perspective. A 2-year-old doesn't want to take accountability for doing something or not doing something. An adult says, "Oh, my bad. Like, absolutely. I'll take care of it next time. I really appreciate that you do this, and this. So I'm on it. Next time, I'm on it. I didn't even think about it. I'm on it." That's how an adult handles an adult conversation. But people who have not done the inner child work and are living in the past will take a regular adult healthy conversation and twist and turn that shit, and it'll become, "Oh, this person is attacking me and they don't think that I'm competent and I can't do anything right and they're just out here trying to criticize me." How did you get that from that? Like, take me to the place in your brain where you got that from that. And I bet you is the 5-year-old self that isn't healed because your parents didn't give you any autonomy when you were growing up. They were very strict. Maybe you grew up in a very strict cultish Christianish type church. So it was basically behave or get in trouble. Everything has to be done this way, that way. They expect perfection from you in either just life in general and or school and or extracurricular activities or sports. So because when you were growing up, your feelings were not validated, your parents didn't allow you any autonomy. They didn't teach you how to problem solve. All they taught you was dysfunction. Now, as a damn 70-year-old, you have processed through none of that. So as a 70-year-old, you're seeing life through a 5-year-old perspective because you have never addressed that issue. And now you have control issues because you never felt like you had any control over your life. So now you want to control everyone around you. And when you're with someone who is trying to control and manipulate you, that is one of the most toxic relationships you could be in ever. Because a lot of times those people try to control you through saying little shit. Like if they don't like the outfit that you have on, they'll say something about how your body looks or your weight, or like, why would you wear that? Even though in their mind they actually think you look good in it, but their insecurities is causing them to not want you to draw that much attention to yourself. And because you didn't experience healthy love, you didn't get to witness what healthy love looks like, you think that that person is just being protective. Oh, he loves me because he gets so jealous. It's cute. No, it's not. I'm not saying that, like, if your person doesn't like for you to wear, like, midriff tops, or deep plunges, or have like a skirt at the bottom of your ass or something like that. I'm not. That's something y'all need to iron out very early on. Because if you like to dress like that, but he's more conservative, then y'all might not be a good match. As a matter of fact, y'all are not going to be a good match. So we all grow and evolve and do things differently in relationships for the health of the relationship. Not because someone is trying to be domineering, manipulative, and controlling. Not because you're dealing with someone who grew up with parents where nothing they ever did was good enough, or nothing, they couldn't do anything right according to their parents. So this person creates an environment where there's constant criticism and you can't do anything right. Alright, so Spirit, can we get some confirmation for the collective? Or better yet, tell us what the outcome is for doing the healing work. I'm hearing everlasting life. I know that's a biblical term. Like when I guess that's what they say, when you transition, you get to experience everlasting life. Let me see. So, everlasting life is a central theme in the Bible, presented as a free gift from God through faith in Jesus Christ. We're not gonna do the Christian thing. Um, I'm going to just say through faith in God rather than earned by works. Everlasting life is a central theme in the Bible, presented as a free gift from God through faith in God rather than earned by works. So the key verse, John 3:16, Romans 6:23, and John 10:28, emphasizing that believing in God leads to eternal life, liberation from sin, and a secure future with God. And so what Spirit has been talking to me about as far as what liberation from sin looks like is that, like, there's going to be a separation. So there's going to be some energies that are permanently going to be basically locked into a loop of having to deal with the world from like a sinful standpoint or like the low vibrational standpoint. And then there's going to be people or energies that are going to be in an everlasting loop of living in like the highest realms of existence. And so that's essentially what the rapture is. um John 3:16, for God so loved the world he gave his only begotten only son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. So I know that's Christian. It's a little loaded. Um, 77 might be significant if you're seeing that a lot, or 777. Um, so I feel like what they're saying is like believing in the Christ consciousness. So believing that you can achieve Christ consciousness through like having faith and doing the healing work. And so achieving, what they're saying is like achieving enlightenment, aka the Christ consciousness, it frees you to be able to like transcend the 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 sin of the world, if you will. So it says, for the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ. So eternally living from a Christ consciousness. So, and I was talking about people living a lot longer. And it says, I give them eternal life and they will never perish, and no one will snatch them out of my hand. So it's in Revelation 21:4, it says, he will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. And so, where this shit goes awry is the idea that people like earn eternal life through believing in Christ. So it becomes so contradictory, because in one breath, grace is, it's not earned through efforts but given by God's mercy. So it's not earned through efforts, but then the effort they want you to put forward is believing in Christ, getting saved, and doing all this other stuff. Like, So which one is it? Like, do I have to earn it through believing in Christ, or is it just automatically given? So, like, you still have to do something in order to earn eternal life if they're saying that you have to believe in Christ. And let me just say this. My awakening did not occur based on my belief in Christ. And having a Kundalini awakening the way I did, it gave me access to Christ consciousness. That's what a Kundalini awakening does. So I spent a time period in the church where I was like using that time in the church to help me remember who I am. I also had to close a cycle by detaching from the church. So I had to have the experiences that I had within the church. I had to feel the weight of the condemnation that the church places on people. And I had to detach from the church. I had to see the corruption. I had to see all of the, craziness interpersonally. I had to experience all of those things in order to detach. And when I tell you, I was shook when I detached because I just knew that I was going to hell because it had been so ingrained in me and I was so brainwashed that if I didn't believe in Christ that I was going to hell. So if me detaching from the church was a catalyst toward me having a Kundalini awakening that gives me access to Christ consciousness, that is completely contradictory to the idea that I have to accept Christ as my Savior in order to get access to heaven. Because when you have access to Christ consciousness, you then have access to the heavenly realms. You have access to source. Direct information from source. That actually would not have happened if I stayed in the church and I continue to believe that this energy outside of me was the one who I had to worship and beg for forgiveness and pray to and ask for things from. It was the only way that I could be saved. When really, you as an individual, you have to crucify yourself or crucify your flesh or your ego. That's the death and the rebirth. That's the death and the resurrection, the transformation. That's why the death card in the tarot talks about transformation. I don't know why my nose keep itching. Maybe that's confirmation of what I'm saying. But so when you actually go through the transformation, that is like the death and the rebirth. But most people are avoiding the death because they don't want to have to go through the suffering. And that's why in the Bible, the whole allegory of him asking that the cup be passed from him, and in the Garden of Gethsemane, and then being crucified on the cross and all that stuff. Like, really, that is the human experience when you allow yourself to die to self. Like, when you throw everything that you actually believed in out the window, and you just start having radical faith in the divine, there's so much freedom in that. And I think that's why it talks about freedom from judgment, because when you put yourself in that energy, um you have to be pure hearted. Like, you have to be in a pure hearted energy, because to have access to that type of information, that's they don't the divine doesn't take that lightly at all. Okay, what's going on? So to me, this not only represents like delays, but this also represents not knowing who you are from a spiritual perspective, and just having to go through life as a regular human being, having to have the human experience, like I was talking about earlier, having to set boundaries, defend yourself, protect yourself, choose yourself first, having to take on other people's burdens, people burdening you, people trying to prevent you from moving forward. And I asked Spirit what the outcome was: a new beginning, generosity from all areas of life, including from the divine. And it's because you balanced your energy, you balanced your masculine and feminine, you balanced your nervous system, you figured out um, how to balance your energy. You mastered your own energy. You balanced your emotions, overcame your darkness. You see how small the cat is in comparison. And like, she has yellow on and the sunflower is facing toward her. So this is the sun. This is the Christ consciousness. Like, the way that wand, the way she's holding the wand next to her is representing the Kundalini, like the fire going from like your spine up through the crown and opening the crown. So like I was talking about earlier, when the energy busts through your crown chakra, it basically opens up like a lotus flower on the top of your head, and that's where the crown came from concept. Like when pageant people get crowned, that's where the crown came from. And so when you get crowned as a spiritual leader, and now you get to sit on your throne and you get to rest, like you get to direct and lead and all that from a place of rest, because the hard part is over. Like all of that mismanaging money, having to budget down to the very dollar, not having enough to make ends meet, all that is over. Nothing but victory and success. So I think that about sums up the collective. That victory and success is the everlasting life that I was talking about. And this time, because final judgment is being called on the planet, you don't have to expire to experience heaven on earth. You don't have to expire to experience like what everlasting life feels like. I hope those kids aren't too loud in my speaker. I love hearing the kids having fun and stuff, but I just wonder if like the background noise is super loud and nobody has told me. Alright, so Spirit, what does the collective need to know from this thing? I'm gonna take a quick break, quick restroom break. Y'all are doing so good. Normally, y'all zooming everywhere. Get the zip as soon as I get on live. Y'all chilling today? Is the fresh air good to you? I feel like Spirit is saying a lot of truths are about to be revealed. They're saying that Ma'at is going to be used to judge the planet. So, like, it's not about the 10 Commandments. It's about Ma'at. And that's why Ma'at is associated with the scales and justice and Isis. Because so when your heart is weighed against the feather is Ma'at. And so, oh, thank you for the heart, me. So when, that's judgment. Your heart is weighed against Ma'at. Hi, Infinite Bliss Healing. How are you? Instead of me sitting in your live, you get to come say hi. I appreciate that. And I love your lives, by the way, too. It gives me an opportunity for some much needed meditation that I don't always take time to do, but you force me to do it because it's so pleasant. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate your support. Yes, but I enjoy it so much. And you have such a sweet spirit and energy that it helps a lot. I love to see your smile. So it's definitely a breath of fresh air for sure. Thank you so much. Alright, so what is the collective wisdom? I felt like they wanted to talk about, well, I was just saying that the truth is going to be revealed and we have courthouse. So that's definitely confirmation of that. I said the truth is going to be revealed. All these thieves is about to get called to the carpet. Spirit said, we taking them to spiritual court. They're not going to be able to steal anymore. Because there have been a lot of people that have been stealing inheritances. The divine inheritance. Spirit said they about to be straight blocked. They about like that. Spirit said, "We coming through." Oh, thank you for the rose. Spirit said, "We coming through, and we taking all of your inheritance back and returning it to the just. The last shall be first." For all of you star seeds out there, that wealth is being transferred to the divine beings who are here to raise the consciousness of the planet. If that isn't a star seed, I don't know what is. If that isn't someone from Atlantis with the blue skin, I don't know what is. The healers, the people that help to establish the planet, the star beings that chose to incarnate, the people who are holding space for the rest of the planet, the people who are praying for and healing the planet by healing themselves, the people who have done the work. I just was talking about meditation. Yes, Pleiadians, definitely. We were talking about earlier Lemuria, and Pleiades is one of them, and also Sirius, the Sirius star system. And you know, there are other star seeds too. I'm not well versed. I'm hearing Andromedan. Um, you know, like all of the other star seed beings from the different systems. And look, we're talking about star beings from the different star systems. Your gifts are divine. These are not just come on, y'all. These are not just the clairs. These are gifts that, like I said, have been bestowed upon certain star beings by the Galactic Council. That's not to be taken lightly. And everyone is not given that gift. I said everyone is not given that gift. This would be like the one of what is it, the Ace of Pentacles? So straight from the divine. Transmitted codes, absolutely. And as you type transmitted codes, the awakening card was down. When you awaken, you get direct, unveiled transmissions. And when you start seeing the world and other people for really what it is, yes. Thank you for reposting. I said when you start seeing the world for really what it is, when you start recognizing that the people who have burdened you and tried to mess with you mentally and emotionally, they're the ones that's mentally and emotionally unstable. That they're projecting their pain onto you and trying to put you in this energy. Because if they can put you in this energy, then you're actually going to, like I was saying, I felt like I was becoming my mother. I had to fight against that for real. And so this is, the twin flame journey, but like this can happen with your parent. Like if you turn into your parent, and my mother ironically was an identical twin. But what happens is with twin flames, you are a mirror reflection of different parts of yourself. So, like, my mother was a reflection of the darkest parts of myself, and I was a reflection of the lightest parts of herself that she was not operating through. So she resented me for multiple reasons, but one of the reasons was I was operating in the light that she didn't feel like she could obtain within herself. Yeah, some of y'all's parents be evil eyeing the hell out of y'all because they cannot accept that you turned out to be a decent human being despite how they treated you. You said, I've always said that I did not want to be my mother, health wise and personality. Yes. And for you to have such a sweet spirit, you would never know that you grew up with a mother who was like that. Because so many people really turn into their parents and, project that pain onto other people. Yeah, these people like to create a lot of confusion, disrupting your energy, hindering your sight, hindering you from seeing yourself for who you actually are. It's very unfortunate. Thank you for sharing the live out. You said my mother passed 4 years ago. She was so strong. No, I look at what she went through. Compassion. Yes. And I do too, but like I was talking about earlier, stop it please. Stop it please. Ani, stop. 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 Get off of there. Get off of there. So y'all want to turn up now, apparently. Get off there. But yeah, I have a little bit of compassion for her because she set a firm foundation for me. But I've had to, because I'm a medium, I've had to create boundaries with her energetically from like a medium standpoint, because I was talking about how she was coming to me just yesterday through some songs and basically trying to reconnect me to how we interacted when I was a child and like happy memories of my childhood. But she was like trying to be apologetic for how she treated me as an adult by trying to divert me through my childhood feelings for her. And I was like, nah, we're not doing that. I can release you and I can, say that, you were depressed most of my life and make excuses for you and all of that. But I was like, I'm going to give you your flowers. And this is what I did at her funeral instead of completely saying what I wanted to say. I focused on the foundation that she established for me. So, like, she basically paved the way for how I raised my children. She taught me how to be an advocate for them. She taught me, like, how to maneuver through the school system and principals, and she was always involved in Girl Scout troop leader and all this. So she set those foundational things for me so that like when I was raising my kids, I had them in sports and extracurricular activities, and I was always present, for school events and parent teacher conferences and all kinds of things like that. So she did some really great things. But I was like, in order for me to heal, I have to like accept what you did well and reject anything that you didn't do that supported me and loved me and encouraged me and helped me. Because she would really do some evil things to tear me down. For instance, she knew how hard it was for me to be a parent, especially with the adults that were pitting my children against me, and like putting them in the middle of adults, and like them trying to be the cool parents and grandparents and demonizing me and just all this stuff. She knew that I had to deal with all of that, and she knew that I felt like I was a bad parent because of it, even though that wasn't true. And my birthday is right around Mother's Day, and sometimes my birthday is on Mother's Day. And so for my birthday and Mother's Day one year, she gave me this book called Sins of the Mother. And the storyline was basically this woman focused so much on her career and her, her life outside of her family, that her kids resented her. And the mother and the son-in-law, the mother and the husband were the ones raising the children while she was, not involved in all this craziness. And when I had asked my mother why she took my ex-husband's side, she was like, "Oh, well, we relate because we both had a hard time with divorce." And all I was just like, "Honey, please." Hey, Precious Clouds, thank you for joining. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, so, we have to give our parents grace and forgiveness for our healing, but that doesn't mean that I had to interact with my mother when she was here. It doesn't mean that I have to interact with her now that she has transitioned. And because she knows that I can hear her, and she knows that I pay attention to synchronicities and all kinds of things, and she can communicate with me, she tries to take advantage of that. And my higher self allows her to, because I still have to set boundaries with her, even as, she has transitioned. Thank you for sharing the live, and thank you for the heart me. You said, how do you know that you were a medium? I was actually told that. So I found out about my gifts on TikTok, actually. There was this amazing reader. I got my first ever reading from her. And she was like, "Did you know that you're a psychic medium?" And I was like, "Whoa, hold up. What is that?" Like, I paid for a live reading, and then I paid for a private reading that week, because I was like, I need for you to help me understand what psychic medium means. I had been so entrenched in the church that I didn't even know anything spiritual. Like I said, I had never gotten a psychic reading or anything like that, because I had always been told that it was demonic and to stay away from it. But it was that exact thing that brought to light who I am from a spiritual perspective. And so that's why the powers that be don't want us to get readings, and don't want us to have access to the spirit realm and our intuition and connect with our higher self. Because if we all did that, that would totally destroy their whole program, because so many people would be operating from that higher level of consciousness, that confidence in knowing who they are from a spiritual perspective, and we wouldn't be putting up with none of this shit. You said I went through the same thing. Yes. Yeah. So like when we have knowledge of self, like, I know that sounds cliche, but putting myself first, choosing myself, not allowing people to continuously hurt me and burden me and all those things, that is how you save yourself. And, like, I'm not saying that there's no validity to the Bible or anything like that, because there is a lot of validity. It's just how you interpret it and how you look at it, like from what perspective you look at it. It can't be. Stop it! Stop, please, Onyx. This dog. Stop, please. Y'all act like you haven't eaten. He's over here eating paper. But yes, spiritual warfare. Totally. And it's a whole community of people. Stop, Onyx. Oh my God. You're true. Take a time out. Take a time out. So yeah. It's the majority of Spirit said the majority of society. Yes, the fur babies. And they want to act up like they were chilling the first half of the live. So I'm going to say they did really well. They normally have the zoomies and in here fighting and fussing. But they chill for the first part. I've been on here for quite a while. Yeah. I remember they were barking the other day. Yeah, so yes. The Spirit said the world pushing this false narrative, or them suppressing the information and giving society the wrong information, causing people to live very low vibrational, unhealthy lives, stressed out, suppression. Absolutely. When you're sick, it's almost impossible to do anything. You'll be able to pray, but most times when I'm in a lot of pain and it's not subsiding, it's hard for me to focus on anything but the sickness or the pain. And so we could talk about the whole healthcare system and all of that stuff, and the food system to healthcare cycle, and stress to healthcare cycle and all that stuff. I'm not gonna get into all of that, but all of that is a result of manipulation. Playing games with people's lives. I said playing games with people's lives. Suppression is actually a form of spell work. People that are gatekeeping the information, using that information to do rituals, like worldwide rituals, so that they can, maintain their position. But Spirit said we're protected. Because this card is 44. Spirit said we're protected. Nothing to fear. What I say? Nothing to fear. Now, bliss is on a whole nother level of happiness. So if we had anything to fear, we wouldn't be experiencing bliss. But the fact that we are experiencing bliss, like we're not gonna speak about it in the future tense, we are currently experiencing bliss. Because bliss doesn't mean that there's not chaos around us. It just means that we have been able to transcend the chaos. And I said transcend the chaos. So the first half of life was the road that ends before this ditch. When life throws you in a ditch, you got to figure out how to dig your way out so that you can get on to the rest of your life, your new beginning. And this is like the death and the rebirth, the death and the resurrection, the transformation period, the tower moment. That's what you call getting it out of the mud. Okay? Karmics will put you in a ditch. Because I remember that, like, I took so much projection from so many people that my awakening felt like I was having like a nervous breakdown. Because you can only take but so much. And when you, if you're not, if also too, if you're not speaking your truth to people who are putting you down and through the trenches in this ditch right here, you speaking your truth is how you climb out of the ditch. Every time you stand up for yourself, every time you speak your truth, every time you close a cycle. And for some of y'all, it was a parent and or a step parent or both of your parents. Thank you for the heart puff. Look, I said both of your parents, whether they were married or not, keeping you in bondage because of jealousy and envy. Jealous because you were fearless to do what they were afraid to do. Some of the scariest healing is some of the scariest shit in life to people. I will never understand that because like I grab healing by the horns. When I say that I'm a spiritual warrior, I mean that. Cause I'm like, oh, abandonment issues, get over here. Sit with me. Rejection issues, come on. Come with it. I'm like, I'm standing here like in a bullfight, like with that red blanket. I'm like, come on, come with it. Oh, I need to stand up to myself, to this narcissist who keeps ravaging multiple people's energies, and now I have to be the one to stand up for all of us. Come on, come with it. And when I tell you that I have gotten my ass whooped, she says, same here. Yes. I have gotten head butted by the bull. I've gotten pierced by the bull. I've gotten tossed up in the damn air 50 feet by the bull. I've been trampled and run over by the bull. But I will get up. I'm a Taurus too. When is your birthday? Mine's May 13th. That's self-love. Self-love will have you standing up for yourself. It will have you defending your honor, protecting your energy, protecting your sanity. putting yourself first. Okay, May 7th. Okay. Right around the corner. So we're in the clear now. We about with this new Uranus, whatever it's called, transit. They say we in the clear. But when I tell you I have had to fight that bull since 2018 strong. But we're always divinely guided and protected. That looks like a womb to me because all that blue around him is like amniotic fluid. So we're protected. What is it about this rich guy? Tell me about this moving on with the rich guy. I think Spirit is talking about a divine union here because we have moving on with the rich guy. You said I'm riding the bull. Exactly. Now we can ride the bull. We can ride the bull now. Shit. Somebody was definitely trying to stop you from communicating with your divine person. And that's also part of being a star seed is having a divine union. And trust me, when people can see you from an energetic standpoint and they can see like how much abundance is attached to your union, they don't like it. And for some of y'all, you had to decide to move on from a wealthy dude. You had to be like, yeah, you make good money and all that, and you want me to stay at home and you want me to, be this cat woman. But I feel like there's going to be a little too many stipulations with that. Like, you're not going to allow me to fully operate in my gifts because it threatens you. You said I'm hanging by the tail. Child, however you need to get it done, okay? Because when I tell you that bull was like straight up. And so I was talking about this picture that I had done of my, hey, Bookham. I was talking about this picture that I had done of my energy with a scryer. And in the picture, my energy showed like a, thank you for the heart me. It showed like a cow going into a bull, and it was talking about like the changing in the star systems and things like that, the changing of the planet. So it was a lot. Thank you for joining. I'm glad you joined my live today. I'm always sitting in yours. Thank you for the rose. So we have rising star. So we've been talking about star seeds the whole time. Yes, it's your turn. And I was talking about the starseed journey, the starseed assignment, the starseed path. It's a major assignment, and people be out here playing with it. What is it about this mature woman? We have mature woman in opposition. So some of y'all have had like I was talking about mothers and mature women um who've been against you. So I do we have message, animosity, and travel. So I feel like spirit is talking about people trying to come in between you delivering your message. Because delivering your message means that the world changes. So when you have a powerful voice and when you have a very healing voice, your message, I mean, even if your message is delivered in a manner that's through other gifts, like even with your gifts, infinite bliss, like your message and your gifts, your healing is delivered through sound healing. And so that's a message all in itself, because I was watching another video the other day where it was talking about how the chakras align with like sound frequency. I think that's how it was explained. I hope I'm not messing that up. But it was they were talking about how, and you probably know more about that. Okay, you say yes. Yeah. So music and sound is very, very important. So we have the high priestess and nice guy out here. So tell me about the nice guy. Because we already know the star seeds that are here are high priests and high priestesses. So we have high priestess, nice guy, and ice queen. So I feel like maybe there's a nice guy who thinks that you're an ice queen, but I feel like this person should just shoot their shot. Like there's, you never know until you try. Okay. And sometimes when you're in high priestess energy and when you are operating from your divine feminine, that energy is very strong, it's extremely powerful, it's extremely magnetic. And so sometimes people can misinterpret the energy and can assume that someone is a certain way, maybe because they're kind of serious or very straightforward and direct. And so, like, I find myself having to kind of explain myself on a regular basis because I'm so direct that it throws people off. Like, oh shit. Like, I don't really know what to do with that. Okay. You said sometimes I have to reel it back. I catch myself. Absolutely. I like honestly at this point in my life, I'm like, if you can't handle me, especially from a romantic standpoint, I'm gonna say this. In a relationship, I'm real soft. Like I project very differently to the world than I do within a relationship. So I will say that. But I'm still at the point where I'm just like, I'm gonna give you dignity and respect. I'm not gonna call you out your name. I'm not gonna emasculate you. I'm not gonna disrespect you. I'm not gonna attack your character. But I am gonna say what needs to be said with clarity. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, when you're in high priestess energy, people do tend to be obsessed with your energy. And it doesn't have to be from a romantic standpoint. Cause it like being living from like the integration of your higher self, because it's very magnetic, that's what can cause people to be obsessed. And I talk about the fact that there's a healthy obsession and there's an unhealthy obsession. Like, I want my man to be healthy obsessed with me, just like I want to be healthy obsessed with him. But the unhealthy obsession is like someone trying to study you to be you, somebody doing spell work to stop you or block you or destiny swap or try to harm you because they feel like you're competition or a threat to them progressing. And I'll never understand why spiritualists would ever think that, because for me to know what I know about spirituality, and as much as I trust in the divine, there's no reason for me to think that my lane isn't already carved out for me. Like, there's no competition when I'm in my own lane. You said I fell off the porch not once, not twice, three times in a row. You said, what's for you is for you. Exactly. And you said, yes. Hold on, let me let this dog in. And what's crazy is that the people who have come against me the hardest are the most powerful spiritual beings that I've encountered. And it's like, it would be different to me in my mind if these people weren't already powerfully operated in their gifts. If you're not powerfully operating your gifts, okay, I can see you being jealous a little bit. But being jealous regardless is all it's gonna do is prevent you from getting to where you need to go. But for people that are already operating powerfully from their gifts, and you want to hate on me because I'm doing the same, and you just look at me as competition, like I'm going to take your clientele or your money or whatever, that's crazy work. Thank you for sharing live. You ain't say return to the motherfucking. I'm waiting for that. We have karma out here. That karma hit different. When you're harming somebody that's just out here trying to fulfill their purpose and staying in their lane, that karma hits so different. Thank you. Appreciate you. And then right behind karma, we have legal. So yeah, that spiritual court. That spiritual court is not for the weak. Spirit, tell me about the veil. So I got veil and then expectation. And because of this masculine on this card, I was thinking about a divine union, and then real love came out. So there's something to that. I feel like because he's like kind of looking at his watch, this person has been waiting for real love. And maybe the divine has had to lift a veil to show this person. So they can see who their person is. Yeah, I feel like you've been close from this person. So I feel like what Spirit is saying is that this person had to remove their own veil in order to be able to see their true love. So for some of you who are not in connection with your person, I feel like Spirit is saying expect that this person is going to is going to lift their veil and finally be able to see you. For sure. Thank you for the gifts, Bookham. You sell mine. Yeah. And that's what has to happen. So like a lot of times for these divine unions, it has like the divine is already working on the behalf of these two people anyway, but a lot of times they have to be cloaked from each other in order to go through their own portion of the journey. So the masculine and feminine, they have to each balance their masculine and feminine within, and then that's when the veil can be lifted, and then they're able to see each other once each of their energies within have been balanced. Now they can come together. We have the lust card here, but I just feel like that means that y'all's intimacy is going to be off the chain. Yeah, when the divine's involved, they like, we know what you want. We already know what you want and what you need. Okay. Yeah, when the divine is leading two people together, It's not, you can best believe it's not going to be somebody that you're not going to like. Because at one point, I was like trying to be super specific about what and who it was that I wanted and the qualities and all that stuff. And I'm not saying that that's not an important part, because you should be manifesting what you want. But when we're talking about a star seed union, a divine soulmate union, like this union was destined before you incarnated, that's a different kind of union, because the divine has always had y'all connected energetically. It was just a matter of, so like, it's like two people on the opposite end of a string, and each of you are always connected, but you live separate lives. And then as you start coming together and you get closer together, that's how the string is shortened basically, and the veil, like you both cross through the veil. Wrong timing, yeah. But I'm a firm believer that everything happens in divine order and divine timing. So like there's some twin flame soulmates. Like I've had a couple of different ones that were potentials. And so it was a situation where it didn't work out, but I learned something from it on my journey that was going to bring me closer to the person who was going to do the work. So, in that sense, you kind of have like a string to multiple people. And then, if you doing your part, but that person isn't doing their part, then the string is just cut. Like, spirits like, well, fuck it. They're not going to do what they're supposed to do. So you said I can relate to that. Yeah. There's like, I've been through so many different relationships and so many different things with people. But one thing I noticed is that I kept encountering the same energy over and over and over again. I was constantly dealing with like the same breadcrumbing and the same not giving me what I want in the relationship. And so I was having to learn to choose me. And like through all of that, if I had to, so the quicker I chose myself, the faster I was able to heal. You said, oh my God, yes, betrayal. Yeah. What do you mean by betrayal? On the twin flame journey? Oh, a narcissist. Yeah, for sure. And here we have Ice King. As soon as you said narcissist, they love playing the game. Betrayal cycles, yes, for sure. A lot of conflict, playing mind games, just a whole bunch of shit. I married a whole ass narcissist. So like that was the ultimate. I don't, and see, I think I was so naive at the time. Well, first of all, I had come out of a very abusive relationship. So like my outlook on what it was that I really wanted from a relationship was so skewed at that time, because when I say abusive, I mean abusive in every form of abuse. SA and all. So like he used to beat, like we used to fight. I'm not gonna say he beat my ass, because he did kind of beat my ass, but we used to fight. Thank you, Booker. I used to give him a run for his money, but he used to like punch me in my legs so that my clothes would cover it up. But when I tell you, I'm talking about isolation from friends and family, mind games, cheating, abuse, like just crazy. Yeah. But I mean, I'm not a victim now. Like, I'm not, and honestly, I have forgiven him so much that I really didn't have any hard feelings for him, and it took quite a few therapy sessions for me to even call it SA, because I was like, I enjoy sex with this person, so like to consider that one time where I was forced, it was hard for me to connect with that being what it, that it was what it was, because you know I hope y'all get what I'm saying. But I honestly was not holding him. I don't know what it was. I do know what it was. It was the divine protecting my heart, because I know that I had to go through all those things to be able to have firsthand experience and be able to talk to people who have gone through the same thing. And so, in order for the divine to allow me to go through that and come out on the other side sane, they had to protect me heavily. So, even though I had to go through that shit, I was still very heavily protected because I have kept my sanity. And I don't hate men. I'm not, I'm not angry with all men. I haven't classified them as this, that, or the other. And, so my spirit team, like, my hat is off to my spirit team, because they really had to protect my heart. They really did. We have high honor. Tell me what this high honor means. But yeah, so that's part I was talking about earlier in the live, that's part of why I had a lot of regrets and I was grieving my past decisions. And that was part of my journey, because once I realized who I am from a spiritual perspective, I was then able to forgive myself and acknowledge the fact that everything happened in divine order and divine timing and for a specific reason and purpose. Nothing was my mistake or my poor decision making. Like, everything had to happen the way it happened in order for me to be developed into the person that I am now. And I know that sounds cliche, but that's some real shit. As spirit has high honor and entity attachment, so like, there's a lot of people that try to throw shit at you, and in these toxic relationships too. Like, even though we are as star seeds, we're held in high honor by the divine, they will protect you through dealing with someone with an entity attachment so that you can get the lesson from it, so that you can know what that energy feels like. Because, like, and I was talking about this on a video that I had posted earlier, in order for me to be able to read energy properly, I had to experience a lot of different energies. So in order for me to experience different energies of, like, men, women, family members, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of interactions, I had to experience different things so that I knew what the energy felt like as I'm doing readings, and that's the energy that this person I'm reading for is holding. You said I agree. Yeah. So, I mean, that set me free. For real, it set me free. Because that's why I was harboring a lot of resentment while I was an angry person at one point. It was because I was mad at myself for the decisions I had made. I was angry. I was angry at myself. I was very hard on myself. And in turn, I was very angry and very hard on the people and the world around me. Yeah, when you create these false narratives for yourself in your head about your past, that's what keeps you bound to the past. We have surprise and healer. So we have surprise and healer, and their hands are kind of in the same position. So I think there's something to that. I think Spirit is saying that a healer is going to be surprised with a mature man or a mature energy. Take it as it resonates. So if you know that you have done the work, you know that you have done, like, gone through the ups and downs, you have been able to recognize that you have been on a twin flame journey. The divine is about to surprise you with your person. And definitely having healing hands is very significant. Being an enlightened healer. So, because Spirit is talking about enlightened, like an enlightened healer with that light behind the head, because there are a bunch of people that claim to be healers, but they're not operating through the divine, or the divine is not operating through them. Anybody could take a class and get a certification, and this is no shade to anyone like Reiki healers and stuff like that, but really, you're supposed to be operating in your gifts naturally in whatever course you take, or whatever mentor you work with should only be like helping you navigate what you're already working with. Because I don't know if Bookham is still here, but like I've talked to him on his live about the fact that like nobody taught him how to be an artist. And so when you have that kind of gift, then you know that that's straight from the divine. Like you're getting, your gifts are being downloaded into you from the divine. Like nobody taught him how to do any of that. He just started spontaneously doing art, and it's amazing and very detailed. Like I can't even imagine how his brain works. And so that's, a lot of times people like, yeah, I'm talking about you. A lot of times people will do it the opposite way. So you don't know what your gifts are specifically. It sounds nice to be a Reiki healer. It sounds nice to, have a certification in whatever healing modality, but you're not operating from your divine appointed gifting. You're just trying to force, something. You said intuitively knowing. Absolutely. He said, my energy right now feels I can conquer the world. Okay, that's what's up. Like, that's how I want people to feel in my lives. And I want you to leave my life with that continued feeling. And so chakras came out, and I was just talking about Reiki healing. I was just talking about operating from your divine gifts. So like for instance, I didn't know that I had these gifts until like 5 years ago. So I was what you would consider an indigo child. But I didn't know that because like I'm always channeling the divine. And so I've always had a history of talking to people and me saying something that completely resonated with them and kind of was like telling them about themselves, but didn't know I was telling them about themselves. And so I've always had that gift. And so that's another way that you know that you're a medium, because you are a channel from the divine, or a channel for the divine. And so one of my friends from high school, she told me, like, once we connected on Facebook and now we're adults, she was like, I have to tell you that you said something to me in high school. She was like, I can't tell you what you said because I don't want to tell you what it is that I was going through. She was like, you didn't know anything about my situation, but you said something to me in high school that totally changed my life. And I was like, what? Like, I was prolific in high school. You said you helped me to see my gift differently with mitochondria healing. Okay, excellent. Awesome. You said I never learned Reiki, but I learned on my own. Right. And like somebody that I did a reading for just the other day, I was talking to her about her gifts, and she has a very ancient healing modality that she operates through. It's not Reiki. It's like it's healing tears in the aura, but it's not Reiki. But it could, like, in her mind, she was considering it Reiki, and she said that she tried to do the Reiki certification twice and it fell through every time. And I was like, yeah, because the divine is like the stuff that you know to do naturally. It's not going to come from a book or a certification or any kind of training. You said, I feel that everyone is divine and has gifts, but whether you open and allow it is another story. I agree. But I will say that starseed gifts are on a different level, though. Because we all have the clairs, and we all operate from the clairs, because it basically is your spiritual five senses. And so, just by virtue of being energetic beings with source energy within us, we all have the ability to use clairs. But the star seed gift is on a totally different level. Because that's when you get into like supernatural gifts. Thank you for the awesome, precious. Yes. But it's not an easy journey. So like that shit, I mean, I look, that shit ain't for the weak at all. Like you get, like I was talking about earlier, it's like it being in a bullfight your whole damn life. You said yes, I was certified in modalities, but I don't Follow what I learned. It just follows me. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that there's a time and place for mentors for sure. Because I wouldn't be operating in my gifts the way that I operate in my gifts today, and I wouldn't be this confident if it wasn't for my mentors. I absolutely had to have them because I get such wild downloads that I have to have some kind of other human being be able to tell me, yeah, no, you crazy, you delusional, whatever. Cause I get downloads about the pyramids, the Sphinx, like creation source. Like I get wild downloads. And because I can see Akashic records and all that stuff, I'm like, is this for real? Like, am I reading the energy correctly? And so my mentors would then confirm or be like, well, it's kind of like that, but it's really like, it's more like this. And so, like, they would guide me in that manner. But also, too, like, I did a one on one mentorship with a mentor for, I think maybe 4 months or something like that, and she was just simply helping me to be able to articulate the information I was getting in like a clearer manner, like having it organized and diving deeper into the information, because I get information at such a high level that I have to be able to like translate it in a way that it makes sense to people. And not saying that I have to dumb it down, but to me, like the way I'm if you're translating, for lack of better terms, the way that I'm translating the information may sound okay to me, but for somebody else, be like, come again. So, like, my mentor was having to help me with that stuff. You said certifications, I feel, are programming that we feel we have to show in order to be respected. And I agree with that. It's the same thing with degrees. Like, if you really went and got your doctorate just because you wanted to have doctor in front of your name and you wanted people to call you doctor such and such, like, come on now. People really spend tens of thousands of dollars on degrees just so that they can like validate themselves. You said I could tune into people and stuff just flows in. Yeah, absolutely. And that's how it should be. Because we're all energetic beings and we all can read energy. Period. I would go so far as to say we're all channeling the divine constantly. So that's being a medium. So, like, channeling information. So, you can channel music if you're a songwriter. You can channel artistic ability if you're an artist. You can channel singing ability if you're a singer. So, we're constantly downloading information from the divine, we're constantly channeling the divine. We wouldn't be as creative as we are if we all weren't channeling source energy. Yes. And um just like Infinite Bliss Healing was talking about earlier, it's about if you want to tap into that or not. Like, if you want to acknowledge that or not. And so I talk about how I really have to trust myself in order to acknowledge that I'm getting a download or I'm channeling information. Because, like I said, because I've had so many experiences, I'll pick up on an energy, and sometimes it'll sound like in my minds, what I'm hearing is that, oh, this is like the situation like you had, and it's this and this, and I'll be like, well, are you sure? Like, I don't want to project my experiences onto this person's reading. And then I'll be like, okay, fuck it. I'm just going to say it. And then I'll say it and it resonates with the person. And so that's why I talk about how you have to know from personal experience how the energy feels, because that helps you to trust yourself. It helps to validate what you're reading. So you're like your own validation. So we have emotional pain and love spell. I think whoever was trying to do love spells on this divine union is really going down and through them. So I feel like this mature man is operating from his north node. So like operating in his purpose. And that's part of it too. Like when you're going through the twin flame journey on your end, and you're doing all the things and getting to a point where you're constantly healing yourself, that is what unleashes your gifts. So like when I got divorced, I had to do a lot of healing work. So it took me probably it probably took me about 10 years or more before I had done enough healing work in order to be ready to operate fully in my gifts. And so, of course, everything that happened, like I had to go through a divorce in order to push me toward healing. You said, I thought my husband was my twin flame. You said that makes sense. So, your husband may have been your twin flame, but I talk about the fact that I've encountered multiple twin flames. I've encountered multiple divine soulmates. So my interpretation of the twin flame journey is that it's one of your divinely appointed partners that you may encounter them, you may or may not encounter them, and then go into separation for whatever reason. And then if it's a divine union, then you come back together at some point. But there's also the scenario where you encounter these people and you have your experiences with them and you learn whatever lessons you needed to learn from them, and then they're eliminated. So like they may have had a divine union soul contract with you, but the divine can revoke a contract at any time. And when you encounter a twin flame that is supposed to turn into your divine life partner, but it doesn't work out, that's when you have to close the cycle on that situation. So like somebody that was in the running for that for me, I had to finally stop letting that person circle back. I had to realize that nothing had changed, nothing was going to change. That person was set in their ways at this point, and nothing about me or how or what I was doing was going to change how this person operated. So my part of the assignment was, okay, I've given you time and opportunity. Now that you done fucked it up for the last time, I have to close this cycle and I have to break away from you permanently now so that my man can come in. My man. He said, absolutely. Yeah. So, all I can say is winner, winner, chicken dinner. Because, and thank you for the paper crane, Infinite Bliss. Every person that I've had to encounter has helped me level up. So, like now, when my divine partner comes in, that person gets the heal me, the calm me. I'm still not perfect. I still deal with trust issues and things like that. I'm not saying that I've completely arrived. But I feel like I've done enough healing so that when my person comes in, that person has done enough healing so that we can simultaneously heal each other and fill in the gaps for where we are lacking. So, like, sorry to my ex-husband. Sorry that you got the damn mouthy me. Sorry that you got the damn asshole me. But see, since he's a narcissist, I mean, I guess that was his karma. Cause when I tell you, he would have a whole story of what type of person I was. And I mean, I never cheated. Like I was very faithful to the relationship. So I wasn't trifling. Like I wasn't out here lying and cheating and, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I got tried more as a married woman. Thank you. I got tried more as a married woman, and people would look at my ring and be like, damn, he loves you. And then be like, but what's up? And I'm like, damn, didn't you just acknowledge the fact that I'm married? Is you cool? And this was when I was in church. So we talk about this would happen to be at church. Cause he wasn't into church. And he's always been on that, like, now I'm not doing that Christianity shit. And now I'm on that. But before, when I was into the church, he wouldn't go with me, so I would just go. It would be me and the kids. And people would try me more at church than anywhere else. It's so disrespectful. That is so cute. Thank you. The little muskrat. Or what is it called? Meerkat? Oh, meerkat. Not muskrat. Meerkat. That's a shame. I got contacts and glasses on. And I can't see. But yeah, so there's a video by, what is her name? Kiki. When she's like, sorry to that man. Like, I don't know that man. Sorry to that man. What happened, boo? So, destruction. Yes, Kiki is crazy. For some of y'all, we have destruction, thoughts, and actual money. And I feel like for some of y'all, Spirit is saying, watch your thoughts Because if you're having destructive thoughts about money and about finances and saying things like I'm broke or something like that, that could really have an impact on your money. Because, like I said, when you are a powerful manifester, that shit can work powerfully in your favor and it can work powerfully for your destruction. And I could be talking to a divine masculine, um, and it could be a divine feminine as well. But that's one of the hardest things too, is to be able to not think negatively about your financial situation when your finances is fucked. Like, that's one of the hardest things. Like, I'll be like, Spirit, okay, like, how am I not supposed to think about this situation when these bills need to get paid? Bruh, work with me. Thank you for the lights. So, yeah. You said, hey, I delete my post about being broke. Yes, please. Yeah. Like, we can't be saying that stuff. And we're not lonely. We're single, sexy, and successful. Okay? We're not lonely. We're not sad. You know, as much as I want companionship and as much as I want to be in a relationship, I want it to be my man. Like, I can't, I'm not, we not doing any more karmics. Okay? I'm off the dating apps. Like, I'm not doing none of that shit anymore. Because I need for the divine to send my masculine. Okay? So, I'm cool. So we have child, transition, and trusted. I feel like that we had to go through a lot of transitions around like inner child healing in order to become like a trusted leader. And so that's what I was talking about, like that journey that you go through with like just having to go through trials and challenges throughout life. And so you're simultaneously, when you're forced to do like inner child healing, you're simultaneously developing yourself into a transformed, trusted healer. Because when you go through the transition into operating from your authenticity fully, then that's how the divine knows that you are, you can be trusted with like sacred gifts, um, very powerful supernatural gifts. Because you definitely have to operate from a place of high integrity. And so healing helps you to not only operate in your authenticity, but it also helps you to to develop integrity. You said not me. Yeah. Oh shit. And like I was saying, operating in your integrity. and integrity. Oh my God. And I feel like these two women look very similar. And so I feel like Spirit is saying this is like the light and dark part of all of us. And that abundance is attached to your authenticity. It's attached to operating powerfully in your gifts. Yeah, that transformation puts you all the way in boss energy. Okay. You said I need to get some rest. Have a good night. You too. I look forward to seeing you in the morning because I need to see you at work because that's gets my day started on the good foot. So thank you for coming through. I appreciate you hanging out. Oh no, yeah, that was Infinite Bliss. So we have poverty out here. Spirit, tell me about the poverty. Oh hell! I said, Spirit, tell me about the poverty, and we have divination. So all the people that were trying to do that divination, and this says to me, this is a spiritualist that was trying to do the divination. That's crazy. Yeah, these people about to go to spiritual jail. Mm. For some crazy folks, they might be, get caught up in some real legal issues because people be out here wilding, trying to plot against people, against a sweetheart. The divine doesn't play when people are pure hearted people. When you said, what do I mean? What did I say? As far as like the spiritualist doing spell work? Divination. So divination is like doing spell work against somebody. Um so divination tools can be a lot of different things. So for instance, like a divination tool might be candles or cowrie shells or what else do people tend to do? I'm hearing incantations. So when people um you do divination, okay, yeah, but see, if it's as long as you're doing it for the good of yourself and others, then that's fine. Um, because I learned like a lot of different ways to do divination when I studied African spirituality, and so there are positive, definitely positives to doing divination, but it like people end up looking like this when they use it to harm other people. And so like when I was learning African spirituality, I liked the teacher that I had because he was like, I'm not one of those teachers that's ever going to teach you how to do harm to someone else, so don't ask. He was like, no, you can't pay me to teach you how to do harm to someone else. He was like, that totally goes against everything that I stand for, everything that I've learned. Um, he had, like, I don't know what they're called. in Africa, the people that he answered to. And so he was just like, nah, I don't play those games. You said I had someone reach out to me to follow. What do you mean? Reach out. Oh, you had someone reach out as you to followers. Oh, okay, okay. Like the fake pages. Yeah, that's terrible. I hate that. I really do. Because it's basically it's defamation. Yeah, fake accounts, like, to me that's defamation, because you're pretending to be me and like telling people I feel your energy and contact me for a reading. Like, people should not have to say I will never reach out to you. Those are fake accounts. There's this one reader that I watch, and she has a really decent following, and there are so many fake pages. And to me, when you steal somebody's content, that even if you don't have it copywritten, the fact that you're the original poster of the work, you should be able to claim like infringement or something, because that's stealing somebody else's work. That's crazy. I haven't even made it like that, and people got fake pages of me. Who's Zero Love? We have Starseed, and then we have Abandonment that came out right after it. And I just feel like, Starseeds tend to be rejected, abandoned, and they haven't even done anything because people lack faith. Oh, she's a reader? I've never heard of her. No, the one I'm talking about is she goes by Dynamo. I think that's her name. Like Dinamoe or something like that. She's on here and she's on YouTube. Yeah, when people do harmful divination, when they're trying to compete, when they're trying to, like, just make it seem like you're a threat, they lack faith. And I said, when they see you as a threat, they know you got those divine gifts. Yeah, I really like her. What are y'all doing? What is y'all doing? I feel like somebody's coming in with a love offer for this healer, Earth Angel, because we have love offer. Good night. Thank you for coming through. I'm going to wrap it up momentarily. I just wanted to get through this deck. So we have work, labor. Your ancestors said, we are rewarding you for all of the work that you've done. Because when you heal yourself, good night. I'm not on, I don't have like a set schedule. I kind of just determine when to get on during the week based on how I feel after work. So every Friday I do Free Question Friday. That is pretty much a definite. But other than that, it just really depends on how I feel in the evenings. Good night. Thank you so much for coming by. But your ancestors are working behind the scenes to reward you for all of the hard work that you've done. Because when you're the black sheep of the family, when you're the cycle breaker, when you're the one who is willing to take the brunt of all of the heavy lifting in order to close cycles, and by you healing yourself, you're healing your bloodline forwards and backwards. So you're doing healing work. This is why star seeds have a distinction. You have to be very strong. You have to be a very fortified person in order to do the work that your ancestors did not do. So like I had a reading done, and my great grandfather came forward and thanked me for doing the work that he did not do. And my great grandfather was a Baptist preacher. And he was just like, thank you so much. Because where I fell short, you helped to heal the bloodline. Okay, good. Thank you so much for coming through and hanging out. I definitely hope to see you again. And the hard work that you had to do was with these karmic relationships. Because if you really boil life down, you boil it down to relationships. All of life can be boiled down to relationships, whether it's mother child, man woman, relationships with your parents, even, I'm not excluding the LGBTQ community. It doesn't matter what type of relationship. It could be a business relationship. It could be any kind of relationship, student-teacher relationship. Like every relationship that you've experienced is basically what life boils down to. And the ultimate goal is to be able to navigate relationships of any kind. And regardless, you are always choosing yourself first. In a world that celebrates people who martyr themselves and who sacrifice themselves like for the good of others and put others before themselves to their detriment, that is not an easy task. For a society that frowns upon people speaking up for themselves, it frowns upon people who speak their truth, and they call that, being argumentative or being negative or whatever. Spirit said that's a huge achievement when you can overcome those obstacles. That's a huge achievement. And Spirit is like, sometimes the relationship wasn't even, the problems in the relationship wasn't even the two people. It's the third party that's trying to come in between the two people. And that doesn't have to be like another individual that's trying to get with one of the people. It could be a parent that is trying to intervene or discourage the person. And sometimes it be because mothers are, they don't want their sons to be with anybody else. Or nobody is too good for their baby type energy. Or nobody is good enough for their baby. I don't know what I just said. I said could you hey, calm down. Onyx, do you need another timeout? Do you need another timeout? I'm laughing because I feel like Spirit is saying this divine feminine is a freak. So, like, I know some people, like some people's interpretation of a spiritualist is that, like, maybe this person is holier than thou, and like that translates physically, and like the Spirit's like, let me remind you. Let me just clarify for y'all right quick that just because you're a divine being doesn't mean that you are boring, okay? It does not mean that. Um I definitely feel like this union is, I mean, it goes without being said that this union is going to be blessed. We do have a family with children, so you and your person may be having children. Or you could, like, your relationship is going to be so healthy and so healing that it's kind of like the world are your children, because you become like the primary example of what a healthy relationship looks like. In public and behind closed doors, it's going to be evident that your relationship is on the up and up, that it is healthy, that both of you have done the work necessary for it to be a bona fide example of an intact, healthy family. And the world really has not seen that. I know I haven't. Just because you get married, just because you've been married for a long time, does not mean that anybody should be modeling their relationship after that. Like, I don't care how, and see, that's the biggest lie in front of all time, that just because you've been married for like 50 years and y'all seemingly have a good relationship, that means that your relationship should be modeled by the masses. No, that's not what that means. Because I had somebody tell me one time that their relationship was perfect. And I was just like, okay, now I know you lying. Because if you go into a relationship thinking that it's going to be perfect, you are deceived. Like that, if unrealistic expectations was an ideology, it would be that relationships are perfect. And I mean, that's really the long and short of it. No one is perfect. And the person there should be no expectations that the person is going to be perfect. I don't want a perfect person. I just want somebody that I can trust that they're not going to intentionally hurt me. Will I get hurt? There may be times when I get hurt. But if I trust a person and I know that this person has good intentions for me and for the relationship, if they hurt me or they make a mistake or something like that, it can always be worked through because that person also takes accountability. And by taking accountability, I mean, when you apologize, you make every effort not to let that thing happen again. And so, we're all flawed. Just by virtue of being a human, you have the potential of disappointing someone because everybody sees life through a different lens. I could experience the same exact thing right next to another person, and my interpretation of the situation and how it affects me could be totally different from the person standing next to me because we have different life experiences. So I'm looking at it through a lens of how much I have healed my past experiences, and they're looking at it through their lens of how much they have healed or not healed their past relationships. You said I had a friend say her husband cheated twice. And you said, I know someone that put me in jail and bailed me out. Oh my God. See, that's no. Absolutely not. Said her marriage was perfect. After he cheated twice. Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. Because it's like, so my belief and based on what I feel like the divine has told me is that when it's a divine union, there's not going to be any desire to cheat because the two of you are going to see each other as like so much so that like this is your person for real, that when you look at other people, it doesn't even faze you. Like you can see other people and acknowledge, oh, okay, that person is very attractive. They could even like be somebody that turns you on, but at the same time, you like, nah, I'm good. Like what I got over here, I'm good. Because for me, like I'm a big sapiosexual, so like for me, it takes intellectual conversation and connection on a totally different level. I see fine people every day. The height, the body, the looks, the skin tone, everything. Everything. And as soon as I talk to them, I'm like, yeah, nah. Mm-mm. Nope. Like, it would never work. And so, like, I feel like these unions are so physically compatible that that isn't even going to be an issue. You said the problem also is that some women will take the man back after multiple betrayals. Not good. Yeah. And that's the thing, like, when you that men will test that. Like, I noticed that men will test me early on. Like, they'll test me like, oh, well, let me see how long I can just text her and see if she'll just let me text her all the time. Let me see how long I can, like, not come and visit or not take her out and she'll accept that. Like, they'll test how much they can lie to you and you fall for the okie doke. And I'm not saying it's just men. Like, that's just human nature in general. Like, there's some women that will test the waters too and see how far they can go. I don't like playing those games because that's not something that I want done to me. Like, I made sure that I treat people in a manner that I would see fit to treat myself. I'm not saying I don't necessarily like the term treat people the way you want to be treated, because the way I want to be treated may be different from the way someone else wants to be treated. The way I want to be loved might be different from the way somebody else needs to be loved. And so it's my responsibility to make adjustments to how that person needs to be loved and needs to be treated. Because, like, it may not bother me to go out with a halter top and some damn spandex, but maybe it'll bother the person I'm with. And so I have to decide, am I going to be willing to make those adjustments because that's what they like? So I had made this video that I have not posted because I was talking about this video that I ran up on, and I was kind of calling the wife out her name because I was so disturbed by the video. And I was like, I don't like calling people out their names, so I may have to, like, edit the video so that I bleep out the words that I was using. But so the video was that this married woman, she was big and pregnant, and she was sitting on the floor, and she had like 3 small children around her on the floor, and her husband was asleep on the couch. Stop. And her husband had fallen asleep. Like, she's on the floor playing with the kids. The husband fell asleep. Now, this video had like over 2 million likes. And so she was mad. Now, I'm assuming that she was a stay-at-home mom. I went to the page and looked at some videos. That's the vibe it was given. So I'm just going to assume that she's a stay-at-home mom. That man fell asleep on the couch, and she picked up 2 blocks of the kids' toys and hit him to wake him up. And then when she hit him, he jumped up and was like, oh my God, what happened? And then she was blaming it on the baby. So the baby was like maybe 2 years old. So she's like calling the baby's name, blaming it on the baby. And the baby jumps up and is like trying to help the dad. Like, he can't articulate it because he's not old enough to talk, but he's like, oh my God, he's scrambling to get to the dad. Like, are you okay? And I was so fucking disturbed because so many people thought this shit was funny. And so I go to the comments and I was like, so 90% of the comments was in support of this foolery. And a couple of comments were like, am I the only one that thinks this shit is dead wrong? Cause I was like, I'm not in agreement. Like if you have children, especially if you have small children, especially if you're pregnant on top of having small children, I'm definitely not in support of a man saying, I go to work all day and I pay the bills, so I'm not helping you around the house. I'm not helping you with the kids. I don't agree with that. But if that man is tired from work and you got the audacity to wake him up, and then like the worst part of it was she did it involving the children and blamed it on the baby. The baby didn't understand that that was a prank or a joke or anything like that. So I was just like, I was hesitant to post a video because I was like, maybe I'm too serious about how people should be treated within a relationship. Because my soul was disturbed. Because as I looked at her page, she had a post where they don't live in Chicago, so they went to Chicago and they stayed in like a very high-end hotel. And she was making content at the hotel like, yeah, we our room came with slippers and robes even for the kids and blah 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 blah, and we brought them to Chicago to go to the aquarium and all this other shit. And she has a decent following. So I'm like, not only is your husband working and providing for you to be able to stay at home with your children, which is a dream come true in itself, because a lot of people have to work and come home and take care of the kids and cook and clean and all that shit. So not only is he enabling you to stay at home with your children, but he's also providing for you all to be able to take trips and stay in luxurious places so that you can create content so that you can make money off of your account. Yeah, people do dumb shit for views and likes and shares. Let me just say this unequivocally, my husband will never have to worry about that. Ever. I'm going to be so appreciative because that's one thing that fucked up relationships help you to do, is to have gratitude for a good one. It is to be appreciative for somebody who actually knows how to treat you and actually does it. I was so upset because and then like I've encountered a lot of men who talk about how they invested in their wife and they invested in their wife's there's actually somebody that I know that was talking about how many hundreds of thousands of dollars he had invested in his wife's brand and her developing her social media following and all this other stuff. And he was really resentful about having invested in her like that. He was like, man, I would have a couple of million in the stash right now if I hadn't poured my money into that situation. And so it's like when you have a man who values you and feels like it's important to invest in you, why the hell would you ever do that shit to him? And the other thing was, I was like, if it's staged, okay. But even if it's staged, you still involved your children and they don't know that it's staged, number one. And number two, I was like, the way she hit him with those blocks in his head. I'm like, now what if he got so startled that he started flailing his arms and knocked you 10 feet backwards, big and pregnant? Then would you be talking about he assaulted me or some shit? Like, ugh. I'm getting mad all over again. You said I pray I make some income to help him out. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's. I mean, and that's why people are so afraid to even embark on relationships, because people have been treated so poorly. Like, that's such a slap in the face for that man to be working so hard to make sure that you and the children are straight, to make sure you live in a nice house, a nice neighborhood, and all of that. Kids might be going to private school. And for you to be that ungrateful that he can't be tired and take a nap. Thank you for the heart, me. Hey, Totally Dimples. I'm about to get off of here, y'all. Spirit, is there anything else you want the divine to? I mean, the collective to know? Bye, Bookham. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. You went in here for a minute too. Are you gonna paint tonight? You say, yeah, I'm gonna be on when I get off work. Okay. Well, I'm glad I helped you get through work. Because I know you dread being there. All right. See you later. Have a good night. I'm going to pull a couple more cards just to see if Spirit has anything else to say about this union. Well, like I said earlier, these two people are definitely going to be pillars in the community. They are going to be leaders in the community. And you two have a good night. There's a lot of abundance attached to this union. A lot of abundance. And I feel like, their home is going to be like a gathering place for the community. And we're not talking about letting everybody come and chill at the crib, but they're gonna have like um a soul tribe of people that are very supportive of the relationship and are going to uplift the relationship, because a lot of times people are jealous of what they don't have. So if even if people have been married for a long time, and they, like I was saying, they try to pretend like their relationship is perfect and all of that, they still have the potential to be jealous of a truly loving relationship that they never had. And so even though their family or close friends or whatever, if their friend gets the relationship that they wish they had, that can turn into jealousy and envy really quickly. And it can create an environment where instead of trying to support the union, they're trying to tear it down, because misery loves company. And so I definitely feel like this couple is going to have a very supportive community, that's going to look out for them. So that's all she wrote. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for the likes, the follows, the gifts. I appreciate y'all. All right. Till next time.